Vale, tieni. Non ti ho messo una cosa, una punta di zucchero, ma non so se tu...
Va benissimo, non so se siamo su YouTube. Non so
Ieri
se...
eravamo su YouTube.
No, lo so, dico adesso non so se è quello che ho fatto.
Non ti ho messo una cosa, una punta di zucchero, ma non so se tu...
Va benissimo, non so se siamo su YouTube.
Ieri eravamo su YouTube.
No, lo so, dico adesso non so se è quello che ho fatto.
Non ti ho messo una cosa, una punta di zucchero, ma non so se tu...
Va benissimo, non so se siamo su YouTube. Si faceva togliere questo eco.
So Bill, you work for the program?
No, I've been helping out the program for about 20 years now.
Wow, fantastic.
I work in media technology.
Ah,
I have a lot of different jobs. I'm also a local politician.
Ah,
This is kind of a break for me.
oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, Sky's actually one of my constituents.
Ah,
I've been at the university for about 30 years now. So. I'm at a point now where I can pick what projects I want to work at.
yes, but this is a great idea to come.
Oh yeah.
Was it your first time in Rome or you were...
It's the first time in Rome. I've been to Italy before. It's always, really always done it Venice.
And what is your impression?
Oh, I enjoyed myself. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna come back. I think. Yeah, I couldn't bring my family with me. So,
Yeah,
now that I know how to
to manage around.
get around, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think I'll probably come back when the weather is cooler.
Yes, I would say that April, May,
Yeah.
or October, for example. October
Yeah.
is also very good.
Yeah, and to travel. Yeah, the weather's very nice in Wisconsin.
Now is good in
No,
Wisconsin.
now it's like I think it's -9 degrees right now.
Exactly.
It's very cold.
But you are going there, no? You are? No, you are
I'm
not.
from West Virginia, which is a lot warmer.
Ah, and you have to look how you move around.
You mean-
Really naked.
Hey,
Yes.
you're like naked.
Yes, you're always with the shirt. Not with the shirt, I would say. You tolerate cold.
Yeah.
And that's like I would say, not nearly naked, that you go around naked. Kalina. I think that yesterday the sessions were very good.
Yeah.
No?
Aristotle
You mean
cannot get
health?
through the main gate.
You know, we deal with something that is very difficult.
Definitely.
No doubt about that, independently of what each of us think. But it's a difficult situation, objectively.
Yes.
We are in deep shit in
Everyone,
Israel.
well,
I mean,
everyone's
no, it's
Yeah.
true, but let's say that the price that everybody's paying is enormous.
too high.
No?
Yeah.
Exactly. Go.
Okay, good.
Ciao Donatello!
Oh, I like that.
Can you hear me, Donatello? If so, can you text me? And do you want to write something? I can read it for you if you want to send a brief greeting. I think that'd be easier than doing Zoom, turning on the Zoom, turning off the Zoom, and then trying to start the panel on time. We're already going to start late. Cheers.
Overrated. We could plan actually. This kind of motorcycle accident really fast. I fly back tonight.
Wow.
Tomorrow I teach. And yes, of course, I have my, I couldn't ask.
Okay, so I think it's just Jen Evans and Diana Garvin who have PowerPoints today.
Oh, no.
Just two.
I was with the young faculty at law yesterday. The panel, the last panel,
It was good.
was good.
Well, it was good. It was mostly good.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess we'll have to wait for you. We'll wait for you.
I just helped you.
Test. I hope we get water. Could you get a glass for me, please? Okay, so Jennifer's going first, then you, Molly, and then Jonathan, and then Sylvia. Correct? Okay.
No, I think the last one is just the two of us.
Oh.
That's a misprinted.
Oh, okay. I wondered because
Yeah.
I didn't originally do it, and then last night I kind of panicked. Who's this other person? Okay. Okay, good. More time for us.
You went to the back.
I'm going to introduce you. Too hard to go through. Super brief. Super brief.
Are we doing the other? Okay, sure. I'm gonna be multiple screen girl.
That's right. Look up on Google.
That's good. Yeah, because I don't even have a name. My computer's crappy. I'll talk and then I'll.
Hello? Can everyone hear me?
Just a second.
Okay. Just testing the mic. Testing. Can everyone hear me? Okay.
And there's no, I know this is pedantic, there's no way to get rid of these lights. It'll be all dark. Okay, okay. I know I'm being irritated. See, I think helpful. Good, good.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay.
I'm okay with the bottom.
You have a bottom.
Yeah, I'm at the bottom.
Are we good to start? Okay, great. Hi, good morning. At the AHA, we used to call this the death spot. But I'm only saying that to awaken you and tell you this is a super important panel with fantastic speakers. So wake up and listen up, okay? Before I introduce the speakers, I'm going to do so one at a time. Sky just told me that these books are free for those who want them because he doesn't want to bring them back to Madison. So at the risk of creating a stampede, I will say whoever gets there first gets them. I've read several of those books. Some of them are reprints of Mossa's books. Yeah, if you want to carry them back, they're yours. Okay, I'm going to introduce the speakers one by one. And I'm going to do so very briefly in the interest of time. We are already late. So I apologize in advance to you three for not giving a really full biographical introduction. We're going to listen first to Professor Jennifer Evans, who is a professor of history at Carleton University in Ottawa, Canada. She is an historian of German cultural history with a focus on gender and sexuality. Her first book came out in 2011 with Palgrave Macmillan called Life Among the Ruins, Cityscape and Sexuality in Cold War Berlin. This is a cultural history of Berlin after the Second World War. And her most recent book, published in 2023 by Duke University Press, is Queer Life After Fascism, Kinship and the Queer Art of History, which deals with issues of respectability, politics, and queer and trans organizing, art, and remembrance. And this is a more recent German history. So Jennifer, please.
And I think I need the
Yes.
microphone.
Yes, you do.
So nice. Thank you. Quite the mic. And everybody can hear me okay if I speak into it like this. Okay, great. Thank you. I'm just going to jump right in and thanks everyone for your attention on, this is Sunday morning, and the organizers for the invitation. So it's in June of 1960, just up the road from here, about a 5 hours drive, that a city was rocked by riots. Demonstrators in the port city of Genova had taken to the streets in protest of the collaborations between the neo-fascist Italian Social Movement Party and the government of Prime Minister Fernando Tambroni, a Christian Democrat. As a stream of students and workers passed by a monument to the partisans killed opposing Mussolini's regime, they were taunted by the Carabinieri. The order to charge was given, a well-apportioned riot squad was unleashed, many with right-wing sympathies, and they took on the crowd. A melee ensued, the protesters sought cover, and Genoese citizens apparently helped provide cover by throwing household items out of their windows, as apparently they are wont to do in moments like this. It was at that moment that Lisetta Carmi stopped her piano lessons. She was no stranger to fascism. Music was a passion that buoyed her through dark times, as in 1938, when she had to leave school with the introduction of Italy's anti-Semitic racial laws, or when forced to flee on foot to Switzerland. Warned that her participation in the demonstrations might injure her hands, the answer for her was obvious. She joined the strike. It was the same year that she picked up the camera. The stevedores were among some of her favorite subjects, and this photo is for Ofer because it shows the anti-fascist lens being a little bit similar to the fascist lens, maybe. So too were the trans sex workers who walked the streets and alleys of the medieval Jewish quarter, the subject of a series she called I Travestiti, taken between 1965 and 1970 in both black and white and color, and published in book form in 1972. Like George Mossey's ruminations in his memoir, in which he tells the reader that history writing was also a means of understanding my own past through the lens of outsiderdom, citing his dual identity as a same-sex desiring man and a Jew. Carmi's photography offered an avenue into her own self-discovery in a country at a crossroads. Like so many of Carmi's generation, the search for self-understanding in the post-war period was bound up with fears about a resurgent fascism. As Mossey had argued in so much of his writing, culture, myth, beauty, sexuality, gender ideals, and respectability had played signature roles in the formation of exclusionary nationalism, accentuating the cleavages of liberal modernity, and ultimately giving rise to fascism. He warned against the manipulation of sentiment and emotion that all facets of nationalism contained. But the fascist revolution cannot solely be understood in negative terms, he suggested. It was also a productive force,
satisfying a deeply felt need for activism combined with identification. Fascism gave man access to his inner self, making him a member of a spontaneous, not artificial community. In the post-war period, fears about a resurgent fascism were not misplaced, but liberal democracy was not only in the crosshairs of the radical right. Mossi also cast a skeptical eye on the revolutionary upheaval of 1968, seeing a younger generation a bit too willing to embrace, in his words, a new metaphysics for a morality which will supersede that liberalism, which to them disguises a new centralization of authority and power under the rhetoric of freedom and participation. As he put it in the concluding lines of The Nationalism of the Masses, when representative government threatens to break down, men again wish for a furnished home where what is beautiful and gives pleasure should not be separated from the useful and the necessary. The search for belonging is so strong that people seek shelter in a firm belief system or a concrete identity, however much violence or bloodshed may follow. So myth-making, national symbols, and charismatic leadership, in other words, still held the power to galvanize mass support, though Mossi believed that it could be defanged, at least through the cultivation of the self, through education, and through Bildung. And this raises a good question for us today. Can nationalism truly be humanized as Mossi believed? I want to think here about the tensions at work in the question of modernity's authoritarian potential, and how subsequent post-war progressives dealt with it in conversations around gender outlaws and sexual desire. I'm interested in how these earlier engagements with the fascist threat inadvertently forged new boundaries around idealized and aberrant identities given the struggles at hand. So the issue in the back of my mind is not the advent and takeover of the fascist right, rather, it's what we do with the problem of the middle when presented with transgressive forms of gender and desire, and what this tells us about the illiberal tendencies within liberalism itself. If we place this tension in its longer history, it asks us, I think, to think about what we do with the increasing populism or fascism of the center, and how this then relates to the rise and return of the far right. If there's one message Mossi left us, it was that we should take heed when presented with arguments around norms and normalcy. In Nationalism and Sexuality, he argued that the categorization of people into ideal types and aberrations helped legitimize their treatment as healthy versus degenerate, paving the way for the removal of Jews, queers, Romani, and the infirm from the national body. This line of thinking was not a deviation of the Enlightenment urge to define and classify. It was a core feature of it. And yet, although Mossi wrote the history of Europe as an object lesson in the dangers of abjection, for him, Zionist and homosexual self-affirmation served as critical examples of the possibility of liberalism to humanize nationalism, even if, as Stephen Aschheim pointed out in his last Mossi talk, Mossi came to question Zionism's potential in the final years of his life, and we can only help but wonder where he'd stand on this today. Other contemporaries were less sure about liberal democracy's ability to tame the beast. This was particularly vexing in matters of desire. At the 1975 Schizoculture Conference in New York City, Michel Foucault saw it as the philosopher's task to call it fascism in all its forms, particularly the new forms of fascism he felt lingered on past 1945 and became too easily tolerated in democracies and dictatorships alike. As he put it in the 1977 preface to the English language edition of Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari's Anti-Oedipus, fascism was all around. And by fascism, he meant not only the fascism of Hitler and Mussolini, but also the fascism in all of us, in our heads, our everyday behavior, the fascism that causes us to love power, to desire the very thing that dominates and exploits. That fascism predated the Nazis. For Foucault, it found its origins in disciplinary society, under capitalism, and in the heteronormative framework of the family. As Dagmar Herzog outlawed brilliantly in Sex After Fascism, an amalgam of William Reich's 1933 Mass Psychology of Fascism and Adorno's authoritarian personality mobilized West German 1968ers to wage war on everything, from childhood education to intimate partnerships, to excise the repressiveness of bourgeois respectability, which they interpreted as having led to Nazism. For Deleuze and Guattari, the issues were different still. In what Foucault thought should be read as a book of ethics for how to live an anti-fascist life, Anti-Oedipus is a plaidoyer for the productive power of desire as a world-making force, capable of eschewing hierarchy. Their materialist psychiatry emerged at a critical juncture in a Europe that was polarized along East-West lines, undergoing the pressures and aftershocks of spontaneous student movement activism and the first pangs of neoliberal economic planning. In arguing for a free-flowing sense of desire before the self becomes constrained through capitalism, the family, and the social, Anti-Oedipus harkens back to interwar debates about the popular appeal to fascism on the right and how the collective revolutionary will of the Russian Revolution on the left coalesced into dogmatism. It highlights the material role of colonial violence in disrupting the individual and collective psyche, and it offers the beginning of an anti-identitarian critique of the assumptions circulating in the liberationist rhetoric of the time around what resistance might look like beyond bounded identity categories. Perhaps their biggest contribution is in showcasing the role of micro-fascisms rooted in everyday practice, and how the unceasing ebb and flow of desire as a life force disrupts efforts to rein it in. In its multivocal mashup of ideas and voices, it took on the core tenets of Western philosophy, offering radical possibilities for how to think about the individual's potential for freedom and joy in an unjust world. There's a reason why this text has bubbled up time and again for new audiences. At the time it was written, it spoke back to contemporary discussions about domination, control, and authority in a period of intense social political turmoil, including the repressive response of the Communist Party in France to the radicalism of its students and workers. It was taken up in the 1990s as part of queer and trans theory for its multi-directional, denaturalized, and even post-human commentary on identity and desire. In their theory of schizoanalysis, desire could be many things at once: destabilizing, repressive, counterproductive, as well as productive, rational and irrational, acted upon and resistant. By viewing desire as something that operates on different scales in ceaseless and unending connections or assemblages, within and also beyond the body, they provided a language for how to think about gender and sexual identity as always in a state of flux, eschewing efforts to contain it. According to this thinking, minority groups, queers, trans people, women, and colonized people needed to resist a politics that was predicated on a stabilized identity as a means of securing recognition by the majority. Instead, and here Deleuze would say more directly in 2004, in Difference and Repetition, thinking along with the writer and activist Guy Hockenheim, who helped found France's Front Homosexuel d'Action Révolutionnaire, activists should remain open to all sorts of possible new relations, micrological or micropsychic, essentially reversible, transversal relations with as many sexes as there are assemblages, without even excluding new relations between men and women. And here he went on to itemize S&M relations, cross-dressing, Fourier's 36,000 forms of love, and the so-called N sexes, or neither one nor two sexes, as being what he had in mind. As they said famously, making love is not just becoming as one or even two, but becoming 100,000, because we always make love with worlds. It need not even be limited to humans. Desire is something a bureaucrat can feel for their labor. It transcends bodies, parents, and patriarchy. Queering or transing desire, Deleuze would call it transmutation, denaturalizing unidirectional and dyadic subject-object relations in favor of open-ended multitudes. They expanded the social to include all kinds of utterances, which is their language, all kinds of configurations of bodies and desires. Opposition to this state of continual becoming, or the regulation of these ever-moving parts, is fascism in its totalitarian, Stalinist, and capitalist logics. Recognition is not the point. Transforming society is. It's useful to think back to Lisetta Carmi's thoughts here for a moment on her photography of the transvestiti, for it was in this spirit that she also saw in the sex workers of Genova the continual re-signification of womanhood as a state of constant becoming. And this is Audrey in front of a portrait by the Mannerist painter Branzino, with so much going on that I don't have time to deconstruct here, but it's a fabulous photo. There's much one might say about the French philosophical conversations around non-normative sexuality and subjectivity in relation to fascism. It is certainly not the way that George Mosse spoke about these things. But it's important to recognize the search for historical models and interpretive tools as reflective of a more generalizable mood in the post-war decades when confronted with the possibility of another authoritarian turn. Where Mosse looked to history and nationalism for answers, Deleuze and Guattari to psychoanalysis and literature, other social critics turned to art and film to make sense of the fascination with fascism in the 1970s. In her infamous 1975 essay in the New York Review of Books, republished in 1980 and Under the Sign of Saturn, Susan Sontag took aim at what she felt was an aestheticization of Nazism in contemporary art, and we heard some of this from Alyssa a few days back. Opening that essay with the critique of the fascist aesthetics in Leni Riefenstahl's Nuba photography, and you'll notice I'm not putting a photo up of that series for reasons, so just pointing that out. She argued that contemporary film and photography neutralized fascism's evil. She worried that people were becoming detached from the history of the Holocaust and World War II, and thus susceptible again to its violence. For those born after 1940, fascism, that great conversation piece of their parents' generation, was exotic and unknown. With echoes of Mosse here, she argued that audiences liked Riefenstahl because in the 1970s, a fair number of young people, now prostrating themselves before gurus and submitting to the most grotesquely autocratic discipline, are former anti-authoritarians and anti-elitists of the 1960s. For Sontag, there was a change in sense and sensibility in the 1970s. Nazi totems and paraphernalia were no longer locked away, if they truly ever were. Helmets and service medals, regalia, and banners had found a market among collectors, with entire magazines promoting the trade. They were also the stuff of pop culture. There's David Bowie's infamous 1976 Playboy interview where he called Hitler a rock star. Regrettable. There's post-punk singers like Susie Sue, gleefully donning leather coats, boots, and swastikas as part of their iconography of unruliness and dissent. It went deeper than just aesthetics, or aesthetics as the kids say today. Members of the legendary Manchester band Joy Division were constantly queried about their political leanings when skinheads kept showing up to their gigs. They finally admitted they took the band's name from the brothel where Jewish women performed sexual labor in Katzetnik's pornographic 1953 novel, House of Dolls. Nationalist chic may have been transgressive, but it was also marketable. It secured a place in film. And this is a wiki page devoted to Visconti's The Damned, which is also just a whole other level. Maybe not what Sontag had in mind, but it's where we are today. It was a feature in literary modernism, and it surfaced in unexpected places and ways in homoerotic underground and experimental photography. Before we move on, that's just the awesome drag scene in Visconti's The Damned, where the son, Martin, an obvious sadist, sings along the lines of Marlene Dietrich's The Blue Angel, Ich will einen Mann, einen richtigen Mann. Nationalist chic may have been transgressive, but it was marketable. It secured a place in film. And when the ultra-nationalist writer and bodybuilder Yukio Mishima collaborated with experimental Japanese photographer Aiko Hosoi on a series of homoerotic images before his death by ritualistic suicide following a failed coup d'etat, he was also tapping into a long-standing literary and visual tradition that eroticized race and empire in the person of Saint Sebastian, patron saint of queer beauty and silent suffering. Though referencing a different authoritarian tradition at the intersection of Japanese and European iconography, Hosoi's Ordeal by Roses traded on what Mosse had recognized as the homoerotic power of classical aesthetics to authoritarian notions of manliness. Recent efforts to draw out the imperial white supremacist underpinnings of the gay gaze with its trademark eroticization of underage youth, as evidenced paradigmatically in the images of boys of Taormina, Italy, by Prussian aristocrat Wilhelm von Gloden, may tell us something vital and intrinsic about the coercive power of photography to sustain these kinds of hierarchies. But as Rachel Hopes Cleaves has shown in her work on Bloomsbury writer and pariah Norman Douglas, if we reduce these images to that of a singular reading, we not only fail to allow a space for the decision-making of boys and their families in choosing to earn a living this way, but it also fits uncomfortably with late 20th century respectability discourses that had unleashed a new moral panic against men engaged in intergenerational sex, and not all of it pedophilic. But Sontag goes a step further. In taking up Leni Riefenstahl's aesthetic as part of film's canon without adequate recognition of its foundation as propaganda, she argues that left-inclined cultural critics disavow Riefenstahl's politics in the name of art. There was very real consequences for not doing so. Even if we laugh at Mick Jagger posing with Riefenstahl for the Sunday Times, also in 1974, and this gets back to Atina's point about needing to unpack the 1970s, it's more difficult to overlook the fact that the progenitor of Fox News, Roger Ailes, was also a huge fan of the filmmaker's camera work. He purportedly drew on her propaganda techniques as a junior media producer on the Nixon campaign, which raises uncomfortable questions about continuities of fascist visual iconographies and media constellations into today. Sontag was already onto this in the early 1970s. The pervasiveness of fascist ideals under other banners, and here she listed the ideal of life as art, the cult of beauty, the fetishism of courage, the disillusion of alienation, in ecstatic feelings of community, the repudiation of the intellect, the family of man under the parenthood of leaders, and so on. And it's interesting here to think of a nod to the psychoanalytics of fascism here. Clearly, this link back to the irrationalism of the crowd had wide purchase, still. Drawing on Georges Sorel and Gustave Le Bon in Nazi culture, Mossi speaks of the alienation and wild irrationality of the modern subject in the era of industrialization and subsequent moments of unrest. Unlike Marx and Engels, who believed in the inherent goodness and rationality of people, Mossi argues Hitler was able to capitalize on social and political excess to tap into what Le Bon had called the unconscious personality that turned crowd-mindedness into full-on anti-Semitism. The so-called political Freudians of the interwar period also drew in their different ways on this inner-outer conflict as central to the mass psychology of fascism. Meanwhile, Deleuze and Guattari saw the potential for social and political phenomena to generate micro and macro level fascist affects, though critically their definition of desire as pure multiplicity was an effort to find a third way. But for the cultural critic in Sontag, who was forever marked as a young girl of 12 by the Holocaust photos she stumbled upon in a California bookshop, it was a short leap from the cult of beauty and irrational desires to outright fascism. And here it was not text, but images that would be the gateway. In seeking to understand the allure of pornography, she reads her generation's fixation with the far-out sex of Nazism less as a feature of forgetting the recent past. Instead, she returns to this question of repressed desire and why we are beguiled by the very things that are bad for us. She queries, why has Nazi Germany, which was a sexually repressive society, become erotic? How could a regime which persecuted homosexuals become a gay turn-on? Her answer is worth lingering over for the way it utilizes a particular optics of desire to make her point. Hitler's vision of leadership was mastery over the unruly masses, which she genders as feminine, not unlike the crowds in Triumph of the Will. It was the visual assault on the senses, she characterizes, that served as a kind of rape, as when director Leni Riefenstahl trained her cameras on the throngs of baying women as the leader makes the crowd come. And those are Susan's words and not mine, but fun for 9:36 in the morning. Interestingly, leftist movements are largely anodyne and asexual in their imagery. Right-wing groups, however puritanical and repressive the realities they usher in, have an erotic surface. Nazism is to a great extent sexier than communism, which she adds is not to say that, not to the Nazis' credit, but rather shows something of the nature and limits of the sexual imagination. A sexual imagination she locates in the visual field. Years before, she would argue that photography cannot serve the purpose of empathy, cannot allow us to feel the pain of others. She already landed on the medium's coercive potential. But she expands outward too, away from the visual field to the realm of fantasy and then to subcultural practice. To bring the point home, she suggests it's useful to remember that there is a natural link between sadomasochism, fantasy, and fascism. And let's think back to Martin's character in The Damned for a second. Whereas Saad had to invent dehumanizing traditions in his theatrical sex play, today's practitioners have an entire repertoire at their fingertips. The color is black, the material is leather, the seduction is beauty, the justification is honesty, the aim is ecstasy, the fantasy is death. She was not alone in making these associations. Even Foucault wondered that same year, how is it that Nazism, whose representatives were pitiful, pathetic, puritanical figures, Victorian spinsters with at best secret vices, how is it that they can have become, in all pornographic literature the world over, the absolute reference of eroticism? But before turning to this question of Nazism's afterlives in the 70s, let's take a step back and look at the rediscovery of Saad and Sacher-Masoch in the post-war period, because it helps us understand the links being made by Sontag and others between transgressive sexual practices and fascism and also maybe genocide. In his own time, Saad was recognized as a dangerous libertine and pornographer, as well as a sodomite, atheist, and blasphemer. It was psychiatry that linked his behavior to degeneracy and social hygiene. The discourse around masochism is more interesting still. When Viennese doctor Richard von Krafft-Ebing coined the two terms, sadism after Saad, masochism after the fantasies of the Galician novelist and historian Leopold Ritter von Sacher-Masoch, he was not just describing a paraphilia. He was also making a normative statement about stepchildren of nature, whose fantasies might include everything from the infliction of pain to the joys of erotic wrestling and being dominated by women. Krafft-Ebing's upper-class patients were victims of their irrepressible urges. Although he explicitly eschewed entrenched moral religious stances, at the same time, he characterized Sacher-Masoch's stories of male subservience and domination to women as a distortion of nature, both the supposed naturalists of the hierarchy of the senses and between peoples of Europe. In Venus and Furs, Sacher-Masoch's most famous text, but also, interestingly, in several of his lesser-known philo-Semitic stories of village life in Eastern Europe, so-called Dorf- or Ghetto-Geschichte, like Die Venus von Bradzina, where the wife of a Talmud scholar also enjoyed wearing furs, he presented Slavic and Jewish women as sources of vitality, exoticism, and emancipation from backward men. Historicist accounts of Sacher-Masoch's work suggest his mediations on female empowerment and passionate, if unconventional, desire have an explicit philosophical agenda to call into question dichotomies of nature and civilization, the divinity of the flesh, and the suffocating effects of Western European modernity on what it means to be human. In other words, if we place Sacher-Masoch and his fantasies in his time, we see his sexual scripts as something of a plaidoyer against the denaturalization of sensual life in industrial modernity. When Gilles Deleuze rediscovered Sacher-Masoch in his 1967 essay Le Froid et Cruel, it was at a time when Saad was also gaining recognition as the forebearer of a violent, instinct-driven form of desire that connected perversion, barbarism, and decadence to genocide. To be even more precise, the rediscovery of Saad occurred 3 times in the 20th century. First in the interwar years, and again in the post-war era in France. Concomitant translations meant it was taken up in fits and starts in the English-speaking world in the 70s and 80s. And although he is known for many books, the most impure tale told to man, 120 Days of Sodom, was originally penned, of course, on a parchment scroll in 1795 in secrecy when de Sade was imprisoned in the Bastille. It details the story of 4 libertine Frenchmen and the debauched 4 months they spent in the Black Forest, in which they enact several different passions, perversions of the laws of nature and religion, in ever-increasing violence, culminating in the deaths of several of their partners, and participants turned victims, some of them their own daughters, as well as neighboring youths, boys and girls, between the ages of 12 and 15. While today these ages raise eyebrows, incest, blasphemy, and sodomy were removed from the statute book in 1791 as an effort to neutralize the Christian-inspired morality of the old regime. In the interwar period, the Surrealists saw Saad's embrace of radical freedom as part of their own intellectual and aesthetic heritage. As the French poet Paul Eluard elaborated in L'Évidence poétique, Saad wanted to restore to civilized man the power of his primitive instincts. He wanted to deliver the amorous imagination from its own objects. He believed that out of this, true equality would come. Writing in 1930, Georges Bataille saw the surrealist veneration of the French libertine as nothing more than primitive hero worship, an anodyne interpretation of Sade's thinking. But writing at greater length in his 1957 Eroticism, at a time when France was heavily debating censoring Sade's oeuvre, he was even more adamant that there was critical lessons to be learned from his texts about sex as a limit experience, as part of modern subjectivity. Man's propensity for violent sex, and for rape even, was a part of nature and not an aberration of it. Here, Bataille was not alone. In a contentiously received essay published in 1951-52, Simone de Beauvoir argued in Must We Burn Sade that the text in and of itself, in its infinite ugliness, nevertheless reveals something of truth about the true nature of man's relationship to man, especially the ethical risks associated with a sexual desire at the limits of freedom. While Magnus Hirschfeld had expounded upon the sexual lives and fantasies of the people who sought his counsel, allowing them to document in their own words and images the nature of their desire, the war changed the state of play. When sadism and masochism came roaring back into view in the post-war period, it wasn't the humanizing language of Hirschfeld's sexology, but the pathologizing discourse of social psychology that linked Nazism to barbarism and state violence to genocide as part of this larger critique of modernity. We see this in 1945 in Allemand Sadique, when French sexologist Henri Drouin argued that the most hereditarily embedded sentiment in the German soul is cruelty, and the modern and policed form of cruelty is sadism. Connections between Nazism, sadism, and homosexuality surfaced in the work of Theodor Adorno in his 1951 paper, Freudian Theory and the Pattern of Fascist Propaganda, and then later again in Minima Moralia, where he argued that the hypermasculinity of Nazi men masked what was in actuality their latent homophobia and sadism. And we see some of this also coming through the authoritarian personality as well. Though Herbert Marcuse was among the few who rejected connections between sexual perversions, torture, and genocide, Sade played a central role in Horkheimer and Adorno's Dialektik der Aufklärung. As they said in their preface, their aim was nothing less than to explain why humanity, instead of entering a truly human state, is sinking into a new kind of barbarism. It wasn't the mere presence of pleasure, but its regimentation, like the gymnast's pyramid in Sade's orgies, and the formalized principles of early bourgeois Freemasonry, cynically reflected in the strict regime of the libertine society of 120 days of Sodom, that heralded things to come. Systematized cruelty undertaken with mathematical precision was a metonym for the violence of the Enlightenment and its celebration of the bourgeois individual freed from tutelage. Sade's celebration of the libertine was a textbook example of the triumph of impulse over reason and reason's natural extension, whose philosophical inevitability was the Holocaust. Writing in the final few years of the war, they saw in the Enlightenment the demystification and regimentation of love as unbridled desire. In Sade, as in Mandeville, private vices are the anticipatory historiography of public virtues in the totalitarian era. This association of Sade as both the opposite and extension of Enlightenment rationalism surfaced in other intellectual traditions as well, from the psychoanalysis of Jacques Lacan to the literary criticism of George Steiner, who went so far in Nightword's High Pornography and Human Privacy in 1965 to argue that there were deep affinities between the total freedom of the uncensored erotic imagination and the total freedom of the sadist. On the occasion of the publication of Maurice Giraudier's The Olympia Reader of erotic and avant-garde literary fiction, the Olympia Press was already famous for publishing Genet, Beckett, Jarrell, Nabokov, and Miller. 5 minutes. He saw sexuality as the last open frontier, the terrain on which the modern writer's talent must, if it is to be pertinent and honest, engage the stress of our culture. On the supposed terra nullius, this new literary canon shouts at its personages, strip, fornicate, perform this or that act of sexual perversion. So did the SS guards at rows of living men and women. It was no coincidence that absolute sexual freedom and the freedom to dehumanize emerged in close historical proximity at the expense of someone else's humanity. In Steiner's telling, the pornographic imaginary threatened to colonize the fumbling, imperfect, sensual, awkward, private life of feeling. And while he may have a point about the manipulation of the senses in mass culture, it's not insignificant that his critique turned on the sadistic impulse of the Nazi perpetrator of genocide at precisely the same time that notions of sexual propriety were under the microscope in legal and medical reforms across much of the world, while at the same time the Holocaust itself was being broadcast through successive war crimes trials. When Sontag raises the specter of a natural link between sadomasochism and fascism, eroticizing Nazi violence and abuse, she's tapping into long-standing tropes that had been swirling around since the interwar period. While her focus on the commonplace of Nazi aesthetics is aimed at film and mass culture, she also takes up the homophobia that was frequently embedded in much of this critique. Seen this way, Fascinating Fascism is about art and fascists' imagination and actual social and cultural practices, whether cruising, S&M, or BDSM. And indeed, in gay aesthetics of the era, this is the moment when we start to see the blurring of these boundaries. And we can think of, Yukio Mishima again in the Hosoi series. We can think of Herbert Tobias, who I've written a lot on, and the sort of emergence of the leather scene. We can think of Robert Mapplethorpe's photography into the 1980s. There's the Swiss photographer of gay and youth culture, Karl-Heinz Weininger, not pictured here. All exemplars of photography's embrace of purchased, maybe intergenerational, and often violent sex. But the fixation of this gay male gaze on harder, fascistic masculinities had other purposes as well, chiefly as a kind of visual code shift away from the slender, effete, soft masculinities found in the publications of the international homophile movement that had advocated social change through respectability. In actual leather communities, Nazi fantasy served as a shorthand for anti-bourgeois, morally unrestrained, consent-driven sex. Suggesting these examples of art meets life are not just perverse, not just violent, but sometimes even tangentially imbricated in genocide, Sontag not only passes judgment on consensual, if challenging, forms of pleasure, but she also fails to see the complex way in which this imagery worked to stake legitimate claims to representing sex and desire differently in the public sphere. And in the remaining few minutes that I have, I'm going to shift away from this to a more, it's not contemporary, but it's contemporaneous to some folks in the room, conversation around, again, the demonization of certain forms of sex, certain forms of transgression, and how that maybe links us to some of the ideas circulating in anti-genderism and anti-trans stuff today. So this link between Nazism and sadism would also preoccupy radical feminists in a series of culture wars that ensured the question of pornography and sexual practice remained center stage in Europe and in the United States as well. In 1976, when radical feminist Andrea Dworkin organized demonstrations in New York City against the film Snuff, it had a ripple effect in lesbian visual art communities and would go on to make an indelible mark in some of the signature debates in art criticism and women's history, and involving some of the people in this same room. Wow, bring back Gail Rubin. Gail's not in the room, sadly, and neither are her chaps, but wouldn't that be an awesome thing? While anti-pornography activists saw depictions of sexuality in women's bodies in film and photography as visual embodiments of male lust and power, lesbian feminists like T. Corinne and proponents and practitioners of BDSM, like the University of Michigan anthropologist Gail Rubin, pictured here, claimed it was nothing short of a full frontal assault on sexual freedom. Things got particularly ugly at a 1982 conference at Barnard College in New York City. Barnard, a private women's liberal arts college in Morningside Heights across the street from Columbia, agreed to host the Scholar and Feminist Conference, the 9th meeting since 1974. The theme that year was women's sexuality. Organized as a response to the growing rightward turn in American politics, it's best known for the outrage it provoked among the city's anti-pornography activists who had coalesced into the Women Against Pornography movement, or WAP, and cut their teeth in picketing peep shows and in Times Square. The conference went down in history as a watershed moment. I choose my words with purpose. went down in history as a watershed moment in US academic feminism. In 18 afternoon sessions, participants took up several topics from abortion rights, sex education, teen romance, disability, and theater to butch femme roles in gay and straight sexuality, psychoanalysis, pornography, and S&M. For 8 months, the planning committee had met in a kind of study group, hashing out the agenda, preparing a background document, which they would circulate with Barnard College faculty and students at Columbia and local feminist literati. The result of these deliberations was the Diary of a Conference booklet, a 72-page zine meets conference agenda that outlined the workshop themes with lively visuals and a few blank pages for participants for their note-taking. It was a hallmark of feminist collaboration. That it was confiscated by a fearful university administration in advance of the session hints not only at contemporary methods to mete out student dissent, but also at the growing moral panic around women's bodies initiated by the right-leaning Republican government and perpetuated by anti-porn activists who poured gasoline on the fire with their own recriminations of this whole endeavor. And the result of this also caused the baby Atina Grossman, to write a letter of solidarity with the organizers, which I found in the archive. So even here, the specter of sexual excess resurfaced in connections drawn from radical feminist anti-pornography activists like Auntie Dworkin, who lingered over the similarities between patriarchal domination, sadism, and the concentration camp universe. And there's a little bit more I could say about that, but in the interest of time, I'll get right to the point that just to say BDSM is not necessarily all of these evil things, that even in East Germany, there are these lovely examples of feminists debating, the nature of their community and how to, have consent-driven, maybe at the limit transgressive sexuality. At the Barnard Conference, Gail Rubin presented what would become her signature intervention in what would then later transpire as gay, lesbian, trans studies, Thinking Sex, Notes for a Radical Theory of the Politics of Sexuality, in which she interrogated leftist, rightist, feminist, and patriarchal groups for their notions of morality around what is and isn't respectable sexuality. And it was in this text that we see her put forward this idea of the charmed circle and the argument that within society we have certain forms of sexuality that are demonized, and gradually over time certain forms of sexual practices are embraced by the center and the status quo. And what she argues is that as we are moving on into the 70s, 80s, and 90s, as she revisits this argument in subsequent publications, is that while certain forms of sexuality and sexual practices, sexual coupling, through things like gay marriage, homosexuality has been naturalized and has been embraced, while at the same time demonizing other forms of sexuality that might stand at the limits of this charmed circle. And this is where her ideas really force us to think again about the limits to what is acceptable, what is respectable, and what will go on to become the touchstones of opposition by not just the right, but also the liberal center. So I'll wind it up there.
That luminous paper, and we have two commentators who are going to speak to it. First is Professor Mary Nolan, known to us as Molly. She is a professor of history emerita at New York University. A professor of history emerita at New York University. She is perhaps most well known for her wonderful book, Visions of Modernity, American Business and the Modernization of Germany, about post-war social and economic transformations in Germany. She would describe herself as a labor and social historian of Germany. But she has also co-edited Crimes of War, Guilt and Denial in the 20th Century. And her most recent book is The Transatlantic Century, Europe and America, 1890 to 2010, with Cambridge University Press. I don't know if other people have noticed, but I've noticed that Molly speaks in paragraphs. She thinks in paragraphs, not sentences. So get ready for some spectacular syntax.
Thank you. First, thank you to all the organizers for such a provocative and interesting conference, particularly Sky, who has done so much to keep us on target and provide so many wonderful meals and activities. Okay, I received Jennifer Evans's fascinating and thought-provoking paper on the eve of the November 5th US elections. Being rather depressive and pessimistic by nature, I anticipated that Trump was going to win. What I did not anticipate was the magnitude of his victory. It was not the landslide he claims it was, but he did win 50% of the popular vote, and right-wing Republicans control the House and the Senate. There are no checks and balances. Like so many feminists and leftists, I am very afraid of what will happen next. Claims of American exceptionalism insist that the US is immune from authoritarianism, let alone fascism, but a host of recent and very interesting historical works have uncovered a long illiberal tradition in the United States and explored and analyzed right radical and fascist movements of all sorts. This is the context in which I wrote my response to Jen's paper and helps you understand why it concentrates on the current moment and the US. We've noted that in the Stanford seminar, there was no talk about women, gender, and sexuality, not so surprising given the context. Since then, there's been an enormous amount of really fruitful work done on so many aspects of gender and sexuality in the Third Reich and in works like Dagmar's in its afterlives post-World War II. These show the importance of looking at gender and sexuality to understand the dynamics and the appeals of fascism. Yet this seems to be a lesson that is hard for many to learn. I have been struck by how many commentators, mostly male, who feature prominently in the growing public and scholarly debates about right radical populism, and that's the term I tend to use for what some call late fascism or post-fascism, in its various iterations around the globe. These commentators ignore or completely downplay gender, sexuality, and debates about family. They analyze the resurgent right in terms of neoliberalism, globalization, immigration, and real or imagined threats to national cultures. They critique liberal failure to address these issues and the resulting disillusionment with democracy. Many recognize that if one wants to talk about fascism or potential fascism today, one must talk about capitalism. But there is a reluctance to accord the same status to gender, sexuality, or patriarchy. There is a stubborn refusal to see, to quote Aniszka Graf and Elżbieta Korochuk, who have written a very interesting study of anti-gender politics in the populist moment. They insist, and I quote, that gender is no distraction from real politics. It resides in the heart of politics today, both as a set of specific policy issues and as the nexus of symbolic struggles, end quote. Jennifer's paper suggests how analytically short-sighted and politically dangerous it is to dismiss sexuality if we wish to understand the appeals of fascism then and right radical populism now. It is insufficient to focus on interests, whether rational and conscious or misperceived, and to ignore emotions, desires, the fears and fantasies of private life, the multiplicity of possible sexualities. To understand modernity's authoritarian potential and the illiberalism of liberalism she posits, we need to explore, and I quote, conversations about race, gender outlaws, and sexual desire, end quote. Jennifer's provocative and original paper explores the questions of continuities and returns of repressive attitudes toward gender and sexuality and linkages made or downplayed with fascism. She looks at which queer sexualities were deemed respectable and which not, and whether some were considered conducive to fascism. She focuses on left intellectuals, feminists, and the gay LGBTQ community, rather than on the more predictable views of the right. She concludes in the written version by noting that in Germany and across Europe, as well as in the US, there is a fear of too much pluralism, a growing critique of identity politics, and a rejection of gender theory. To quote her again, a multi-pronged racial agenda based around desire has ceded space to a single issue politics of rights, respectability, and national belonging in support of the free market, end quote. I will leave it to others who are more versed in intellectual and cultural history than I am to comment on the particular intellectuals that you look at and analyze so deftly. What I want to do in my time is raise a couple of more general issues. The first is, why is it that both trans as a concept and embodied existence and an interest in trans people has been an aspect, that these have been an aspect of post-war decades, your paper shows. But why are they featuring so prominently in current public debate now, as opposed to in the classical form of fascism and the run-up to it? It seems to me there are several possible answers, and they're not necessarily mutually exclusive. One has to do with the very success of feminism and especially the visibility of queer politics in recent decades, as opposed to the interwar years. This has, I think, served as a catalyst for backlash. A second possible reason, and this goes back to something that Enzo raised in his talk, lies in the absence of a left of an organized and powerful sort comparable to that which existed in the 1920s and early 30s in either Europe or the US. Right radical politics needs an enemy or enemies, internal as well as external, against whom to define a people's community and national identity. Socialism and communism are hardly viable or persuasive ones these days. That leaves immigrants and trans as candidates, or trans plus gender ideology with which it is always linked. For these are said to present similar challenges to normative sexuality and family, to society, religion, and the nation, as right radical populism defines it. In the interwar years, crisis and catastrophe were imagined primarily as economic or military, as political, with sexual anxieties there, but more in the background. Now, for many on the radical right, crisis begins at home or in the bed. Their arguments move from condemnations of non-normative sex, transness, abortion, and alternative family forms to the catastrophic end of the nation and the Christian West in a single paragraph, indeed, often in a single sentence. A third explanation for the prominence of these issues on the part of the right may lie in the way trans people challenge deeply held beliefs in the naturalness of and the immutability in a biologically based sexual binary. Nature is a favorite word on the right in reference to gender and sexuality, for it can reference either natural law or biology or both, and implies something that is self-evident, just common sense. Trans people challenge this binary more fundamentally, I think, than feminists or things like gay marriage. Trans women, and they do seem to be the main preoccupation in public debates, reject masculinity in all its forms, even as they are denied recognition as real or material, and these are the terms used, women, by conservative Catholics, evangelical Protestants, right-wing populists, and trans exclusionary radical feminists. Finally, I think we have the prominence of anti-trans and anti-gender politics because it has been successfully promoted by the cooperation of two different groups. On the one hand, the religious right, Catholic and in the US primarily, but not exclusively, evangelical Protestant, for whom these beliefs about what is wrong with so-called gender ideology and transness are regarded as God-given truths, and radical populists who may or may not actually believe in them, but are certainly willing to weaponize the attack on transness and gender ideology. There's a kind of opportunistic synergy between them. These two groups have pushed the trans issue more vigorously than the left has worked to counter it. In the recent US election, for example, there was both a large and visible movement for trans rights and a right-wing weaponization of the issue. Roughly 40% of Trump's TV ads in the month before the election focused on the trans question. Think of the infamous but oh so effective ad depicting Kamala Harris with the slogan, "Kamala Harris is for they, them, Trump is for you." A second question involves not when trans issues in particular are prominent, but where. They are certainly highly visible in the US and the UK, but they don't seem to always resonate quite so much in other contexts, although I would appreciate hearing from you whether my sense of that is right. Graf and Korosik, in their study of anti-gender politics, argue that anti-gender politics are shaped by and address different national history and contemporary politics. In Poland, with its once powerful Catholic Church and communist past, it is abortion, homosexuality, and sex education that are the main targets. In France and Italy, it seems to be more opposition to gay marriage, adoption, and surrogacy that take center stage. Across Europe, of course, there are fears about women of the dominant or approved ethnicity not having enough children and Europeans being, quote unquote, replaced. And so too is a shared opposition to the Council of Europe's Istanbul Convention against violence against women and domestic violence. So, this suggests we need to both see what is common in this generic anti-genderism and the way it takes on particular forms on the micro level. Third, I want to ask how we might further investigate how linkages get made between queer politics, trans issues, and so-called gender ideology on the one hand, and threats to or defense of liberal democracy and national identity on the other. It seems to me that the right has developed its arguments much more successfully and dangerously than the center left. The linkages made on the right are more long-standing and capacious, whether as laid out by the Vatican since the 1990s or elaborated by evangelical Protestants in the US and abroad. They insist that there is a natural and immutable sexual binary that dictates only one normative sexuality, that within a heteronormative family, which in turn is the basis of an ordered society and polity, and necessary to defend the nation and Christian civilization. As they move from the micro to the macro, the right condemns all threats to this chain of assumed truths and relationships, whether from feminists, queers, or immigrants. Right radical populists adopt these linkages, whether from conviction or opportunism, because they help promote their broader project of authoritarianism, illiberalism, xenophobia, and racism and Christian nationalism. And the religious cooperation with radical right populism gives the latter an added respectability, so both benefit from it. And the question is, how can we, as well as more centrist liberals, but feminist queers, leftists of all sorts, better respond? Because I think the right has done a better job saying why we have to, why it's necessary to repress all these ideas and behaviors than the left has in arguing why defending them is necessary to create the kind of society that we want, and to make those arguments in the emotionally resonant way that the right seems to be making counter-arguments. Okay, if the goals of conservative Catholicism, fundamentalist Protestantism, and right radical populism are broadly consistent, the particular issues they single out are often selected in an exceedingly opportunistic way. And this has been true in project I've been involved in, collecting lots of materials on the culture wars against higher education. now it's critical race theory, then it's LGBTQ, then it's diversity, equity, inclusion. The issues don't matter, but they will weaponize anything they can. Something similar is happening with arguments about sexuality, gender, and family. If all trans rights in the US were eliminated tomorrow, the right would hardly be content. After all, they are still attacking abortion rights, policing school curriculum to eliminate discussions of race, sex, gender, and accurate history, and banning as many books as they possibly can from schools and public libraries. The Trump regime, with the help of a deeply conservative Supreme Court, may well, having already reversed Roe v. Wade, may well again outlaw gay marriage and adoption and further bolster the rights of businesses to discriminate against anyone identified as LGBTQ. Project 2025 captures these multiple targets. Project 2025 is a 900-plus page plan to reform, transform, or gut the federal government, considered by the right-wing Republicans as the despicable deep state. The Heritage Foundation, one of the most prominent and well-funded right-wing think tanks, commissioned and published Project 2025, whose detailed plans for each and every federal agency were written by dozens and dozens of right-wing luminaries and policy wonks. In painful detail, these authors, many of whom are being appointed to positions in the Trump cabinet and certainly on many lower levels, offer detailed plans for each and every federal agency. Okay. In painful detail, the authors lay out cuts to innumerable policies and benefits and prescribe cruelties to innumerable groups. The authors of Project 2025 are particularly obsessed with sexuality, gender, and the family. In every section, be it on the Department of Defense, foreign aid, education, labor, health and human services, there are calls to eliminate any trans protections and rights and purge the bureaucracy of any trans employees. But Project 2025 does not stop there. Its attack on queer politics and practice is part of a broader attack on gender ideology. It wants to forbid any use of the terms sexual orientation or gender identity, anything that can smack of social or cultural constructionism. It also wants to prohibit any references to gender equality, gender equity, and reproductive rights. The givenness of our nature as men and women, and this is a recurring phrase, must be accepted, and social constructionism and gender fluidity condemned. Likewise, each agency is called upon to protect women, children, and the family understood in heteronormative terms. As among right radical populists in Europe, the trope of the innocent child in need of protection appears frequently. Abortion is to be outlawed and schools purged of any discussion of gender, as well as, of course, critical race theory, and all diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives are to be eliminated. Heritage Foundation head Kevin Roberts, in his introduction to Project 2025, listed 4 tasks the right needs to accomplish to realize its desired future. The first of which is, quote, restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children, unquote. Thereafter comes dismantling the administrative state, defending sovereign borders and warding off global threats, and finally securing God-given individual rights to live freely. Classical fascism sought to insert the family into the state. Okay, I think I'm doing fine. Think of Mussolini's everything within the state, nothing outside the state, nothing against the state. Current right radicals simultaneously want to get the state out of the family in the name of parental and patriarchal rights and family autonomy, and want the state to proscribe actively family forms, sexualities, and threats to Christian values. In Europe, right radicals insist the state must subsidize the prescribed kind of heteronormative family that is desired. In the US, the right, by and large, preaches family self-sufficiency, although some are now saying, look, if we really want to impose this conservative agenda, we're going to have more state subsidies. The sweeping attack on what is lumped under the head of gender ideology is hardly unique to the US. Virtually every country has conservative, religious, and right radical populist political organizations who push anti-genderism, and there is a richly developed transnational network whose most visible coordinators are the Vatican, the International Organization of Families, and Citizen Go. Nationally and transnationally, the attacks on gender ideology and transness are, I think we can think of them as a gateway drug that lead individuals to other aspects of the radical right, like authoritarianism, racism, and Christian nationalism. The attacks on gender ideology are also, and one can track this in looking at center-right parties in Europe, pushing centrist parties further to the right. Okay. The challenge, it seems to me, for feminists, queers, progressives, leftists, is to understand why these regressive and repressive attacks on everything encompassed by what the right understands as gender ideology. Why are these so appealing? Is it the way that the right seems to link the real economic anxieties which seem beyond control, neoliberalism, the commodification of everyday life, the growing precarity of employment, shrinking safety nets, to the imagined security of stabilized heteronormative families, and the elimination of multiple sexual and familial forms that are simultaneously to many frightening and appealing? Is it that the radical right offers a clear version of traditional femininity, or rather two versions? Some really want to push the trad wife, non-working. Others, particularly, people like Marine Le Pen, ideally that would happen. Women should stay home, have babies, but we know that's not possible. So it's a sort of modern traditional where women will move in and out of the labor force. They offer that to women, two possible models, and they offer men more than one possible model of masculinity. The empowered patriarch firmly in control of wife and children, the more transgressive, toxic, and misogynistic masculinity of Trump rallies, the nostalgic petromasculinity, as one scholar has labeled it, of manliness, motoring, and manufacture. Less clear they put much weight on a militaristic model of masculinity, although Amy King's depiction of these rallies makes me think, on parts of the radical right, that is certainly very much there. Is the appeal that the right names concrete enemies to hate, immigrants, feminists, queers, rather than abstract ones like capitalism? It defines a microsphere, the right does, in which people feel they can fight and over which they can hope to exert control. The family or the local school board, for example, rather than a micro one. The right offers people a recognition of and an outlet for their rage the progressives have not provided. And it offers a concrete sphere, however small, in which people feel they can participate and exert power and often practice cruelty. How do we respond? That is, I think, the challenge before us. We cannot retreat, tempting as it is in the face of the depressing political situation and progress of the right globally, but we have a lot of hard thinking to do collectively to figure out effective responses. Thank you.
Okay, hard act to follow, Jonathan. So our last speaker, commentator today is Jonathan Catlin. He is a postdoctoral associate in the Humanities Center at the University of Rochester until April or May this year. Next year. Oh, I have 25 here. He earned his doctorate at Princeton University in 2023. There he wrote a dissertation on the concept of catastrophe in 20th century German and Jewish thought from the interwar period to the present day. And he is an expert on members of the Frankfurt School, I think Adorno in particular. And he also tries to understand the current climate crisis in historical terms. Something I'd love to hear more about. Jonathan, please. Thank you so much.
All right, first, thanks so much to Sky and the organizers for including me in this amazing event. In this session on the continuities of fascism, one of the central questions we've been tasked with addressing is whether contemporary political movements can rightly be characterized as fascist. Given her central role in some of these debates, Jennifer Evans is uniquely well positioned to address this question. Here, her paper shows how gender, sexuality, and desire have served both as sources of anti-fascist mobilization and as a site of anxiety and fear mobilizing the political right. In this response, I first address what I see as some of the conclusions of the so-called fascism debate of recent years. I then think with Jennifer's paper on the way gender and sexuality have come to animate so much of contemporary right-wing politics, somewhat complicating the picture Jennifer paints by illustrating a rift between mainly white gays and lesbians who have achieved not only acceptance but also significant positions of power within the contemporary political right. To put my cards on the table, I'm a historian of concepts who, like Andy, Enzo, and Reinhard Koselleck before them, take seriously the way fascism has accrued sedimented meanings in its century of service as a political Kampfbegriff. Following Bruce Kucklick's book, Fascism Comes to America, I recognize that for a century, every political position has been besmirched as fascist. Yet this does not mean that fascism is devoid of meaning or that it has become a vacuous signifier. Against historians, the historian's impulse to chastise such anachronistic or merely political uses of the concept, I'll end with a suggestion that we may well need this contested concept still today. So the meaning of the category of fascism has, of course, animated many scholars, especially German history and fascism, since Trump announced his run for president in June 2015. In the last year, the first chapter of the so-called fascism debate came to a close after being canonized in an edited volume entitled Did It Happen Here? Perspectives on Fascism and America, edited by Daniel Steinmetz Jenkins, and featuring contributions from many scholars well known to all of you. During Trump's first term, the camp skeptical of the thesis that Trump is a fascist, among them Daniel Bessner, Udi Greenberg, Samuel Moyn, and Corey Robin, saw appeals to the rhetoric of authoritarianism and fascism coming most loudly from Cold War liberals like Madeleine Albright, Timothy Snyder, and Anne Applebaum as a distraction from building a left populist answer to Trump through something like the Bernie Sanders movement. Liberal obsessions with Russiagate and impeachment so preoccupied liberals that they spoke derisively of Trump's supporters as deplorables, but declined to recognize the real harms that decades of neoliberal policies had done to them or to offer any compelling alternative. To reprise the old line from Max Horkheimer, it seemed to many on the left that those who wished to speak of Trump's fascism could not at the same time remain silent about the conditions of neoliberal capitalism that had enabled his rise. In Trump's first term, Corey Robin continually pointed out Trump's weakness in office, the chaos of a revolving door of staff turnover, the failure of his policy agenda to get through Congress, aside from tax cuts, which was neoconservative business as usual. While war criminal George Bush was apparently recuperated by resistance liberals, Robin noted the way that conservative presidents in American history, from Nixon to Reagan, always tended to appear more benign in the rose-tinted glasses of liberal posterity when faced with new threats. The Weimar analogy never felt quite right. Rather, as Masha Gessen argued, it made more sense to say that figures like Trump and Le Pen performed fascism in a very different context. Enzo's concept of post-fascism rightly emphasizes its chronological distinctiveness and locates it in a historical sequence, implying both continuity and transformation. After January 6th, Robert Paxton changed his diagnosis and conceded that the insurrection on the Capitol, however failed or parodic, marked a qualitative shift in the MAGA movement, which had finally achieved what leftists like Dylan Riley had long considered one of the missing pieces in the Weimar analogy, insurrectionary street violence. Yet even after January 6th, Richard Evans still did not consider Trump a fascist, essentially because his America First foreign policy didn't pursue wars of imperialist expansion, but rather argued for disengaging from them, for example, in Syria. Evans wrote that January 6th was more like the failed Munich beer hall putsch of November 1923 than Berlin 10 years later. He said it was a lack of democratic faith rather than a violent seizure of power that was the true threat to American democracy. Contra Timothy Snyder's hyperbolic warnings to watch out for an impending Reichstag fire, Evans wrote that expecting a return of the past would not be helpful in navigating this crisis, for, quote, "You can't win the political battles of the present if you're always stuck in the past." Christopher Browning likewise wrote that if the US has someone whom historians will look back on as the gravedigger of American democracy, it is not Trump, but Mitch McConnell. The analogy to be made was not between Trump and Hitler, but between the conservative elites enabling Trump and Paul von Hindenburg. A few weeks after the 2024 election, as many liberals resigned themselves to a second Trump term, Corey Robin again observed, "The mood seems to be that the Dems lost, now they have to regroup and regain power. The alarmism of 2016 is just not there. There's simply a recognition that, having been elected through ordinary democratic means, Trump must be fought and defeated through ordinary democratic means." As Robin glibly concludes, quote, "It's easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of the Democrats or electoral democracy." Robin's problem isn't with the fascist label itself, but the hypocritical disconnect between the resistance liberals' extraordinary political rhetoric and their utterly ordinary political behavior and expectations. The resistance liberals Robin criticizes have made much of associations between Trump and the January 6th riot, the Proud Boys, the alt-right, and the like. As reprehensible as such groups may be, focus on them has often misled coverage of Trump's actual governance. In his 1959 essay, The Meaning of the Working Through the Past, Theodor Adorno claimed that he considered the survival of National Socialism within democracy to be potentially more dangerous than the survival of fascist tendencies against democracy. That lecture was indeed occasioned by a resurgence of anti-Semitic violence and neo-Nazi activity in the Federal Republic. But what concerned Adorno was less the small lunatic fringe of neo-Nazis than the Holocaust denial and regressive policies within the governing Grand Coalition of the liberal center, many of whom were, of course, former Nazis. Jennifer suggests a similar oblique approach to fascism, the fascism question, through Deleuze and Guattari's notion of the micro-fascism of everyday desire. This approach is also taken up in Richard Seymour's recent book, Disaster Nationalism, another kind of framework, which considers the plainly ethno-nationalist far-right regimes in India and Israel as distinct from the less coherent MAGA movement. Disaster nationalism, Seymour argues, offers what he calls a balm of vengeance that makes false ideas like conspiracies and the belief in hallucinatory catastrophes not simply possible as a result of fake news, but actually attractive. There's an element of desire. As Guattari wrote decades ago, quote, "Fascism seems to come from the outside, but it finds its energy right in the heart of everybody's desire." And as Foucault similarly warned, fascism is in us all, in our heads and in our everyday behavior, the fascism that causes us to love power, to desire the very thing that dominates us and exploits us. On the fascism debate, Seymour concludes that what we've seen in the US and Western Europe is, quote, "not yet fascism," even if, as Jennifer's paper explores, the desire for fascism may be evident all around us. Okay, next section. On a recent episode of Jacobin's podcast, The Dig, host Daniel Denver said, quote, "If you told me 20 years ago that a far-right political movement would take over the Republican Party and that gay men would be in many positions of significant power, I would not have believed you." Denver names 3 names. First, gay billionaire Scott Bessent, Trump's nominee for Treasury Secretary. Second, Richard Grenell, his former ambassador to Germany and now special missions envoy. And third, Peter Thiel, the billionaire co-founder of PayPal and mentor of J.D. Vance. And of course, there's also the well-known right-wing Breitbart personality, Milo Yiannopoulos. In a viral video clip of Trump at a Mar-a-Lago event in April 2022, we hear Trump giving shout-outs to different groups in the room, in the crowd, until he asks, "Where's gays for Trump?" When they answer his call with cheers, he surveys them and declares, "You don't look gay." Right-wing gays are not only an American phenomenon. In a recent poll for Germany's February 23rd federal election, the leading candidate for chancellor in a recent poll was not the expected CDU leader, Friedrich Merz, but the AfD's Alice Weidel, a lesbian with 24% of the vote. She's a very charismatic leader. Just days before, Elon Musk had posted on X that, quote, "Only the AfD can save Germany." For years, Weidel has used her identity to advance the homo-nationalist argument that only the AfD can keep the LGBT community safe from what she calls Muslim gangs through their harsh anti-immigrant policies. Weidel offers a queer form of what Sarah Ferris has called femo-nationalism, which is exemplified by figures like Giorgia Meloni. As Udi Greenberg has observed, this represents a new cocktail of far-right politics, celebrating women's participation in public affairs while reinforcing an anti-feminist message. And this is not an exception, he says, but is now typical of the far right in Europe. As Greenberg argues, despite its strong politics of the family, the contemporary radical right has developed a profoundly non-fascist vision of gender norms, which he says explains its growing appeal to women. Parties from the AfD to Hungary's Fidesz support pro-family and childcare provisions in the service of ethno-nationalist pronatalism. As Jennifer explores, there's a long and troubled anti-fascist tradition of associating fascism with male homosexuality, which Carolyn Dean explains as, quote, "a powerful link between a pathological politics and a pathological homosexuality." We all know the infamous cases of Ernst Röhm and others. In 1934, there was such a strong association on the left between homosexuality and fascism that Klaus Mann once remarked that due to these suspicions, gay men had become, quote, "the Jews of the left." As Jennifer notes, in his exilic reflections in Minima Moralia, dated to 1944, Adorno infamously wrote, quote, "Totalitarianism and homosexuality belong together." As he explained, in its downfall, the subject negates everything which is not of its own kind. The opposites of the strong man and the compliant youth merge in an order which asserts unalloyed the male principle of domination. But by the 1960s, Adorno would become a champion with his friend, the gay Jewish jurist Fritz Bauer, of abolishing paragraph 175 and legalizing gay sex in West Germany. His 1950 co-authored study, The Authoritarian Personality, mainly considered authoritarian biases against gay men and treated fear of homosexual attack and homosexual panic, as they called them, as signs of repressed homosexual impulses in the authoritarian. Yet the book nevertheless advanced the psychoanalytic notions that latent homosexuality was an essential characteristic of conformity itself. So the idea was that unconscious fantasies of homosexual submission to the father enabled submission to the Führer. In their provocative podcast and book, Bad Gays, Ben Miller and Hugh Lemmy investigate evil gay men in history, from Alexander the Great to Ernst Röhm to J. Edgar Hoover and Roy Cohn. And they were forced to stop making episodes about living people after Andrew Sullivan, a gay conservative and longtime editor of The New Republic, threatened to sue them following an episode on him. Sullivan is a model bad gay, a rich, conservative, cis white gay man who infamously proclaimed the end of an epidemic in 1996 when life-saving drugs for HIV/AIDS became available for people like him. The millions still dying from the virus be damned. In a recent essay, Sullivan calls for abandoning the acronym LGBTQ+, because it puts bourgeois white gays like himself in a more precarious company, writing that, quote, "the most controversial question in the LGBTQ+ space, the transing of children with gender dysphoria, directly pits the interest of gay and lesbian kids against those of trans kids. For as he goes on, gay people have had to struggle to their own sex and their own bodies, while trans people have had to struggle to disown theirs. On this core question, he says, our interests are in fact diametrically opposed. And Jennifer's paper is acutely attuned to these, what she calls inequalities within mainstream LGBTQ organizations. Yet while many of these cases of these conflicts have indeed been, as she writes, productively contentious and multidimensional, there are also many cases like Sullivan and trans exclusionary feminists where bridges of solidarity have been deliberately burned. Miller and Lemmy offer an entertaining, quote, dance through homosexuality's usable and abusable pasts. But more seriously, they conduct a postmortem on what they call the failure of homosexuality as an identity and as a political project. Among their chief concerns are the failures of solidarity among privileged white gay men with non-gender conforming queers and racial and colonial others, with whom we now recognize their solidarities always remain incomplete. As they quote Susan Stryker, homosexuality's projection of self-justification has often depended on claiming normalcy at the expense of a gender non-conforming other, the trans woman, the street queen, the person not respectable enough to pass. Figures like Sullivan, who championed respectability politics through gay marriage, homonormativity, and homonationalism, have actively contributed to the current gender panic by spreading anti-trans misinformation. Miller and Lemmy also invoked the late Marxist Christopher Chitty, who argued that for centuries, emancipation for elite gays has often come at the cost of criminalizing their poor, working class, and sex worker fellows, while at the same time often later appropriating their work of proverbially throwing the first bricks at Stonewall. As Leo Bersani has written, the troubling reality of homonormativity is that you can be victimized and in no way be radical. The now canonized name of Trump's movement, MAGA, at first seems to fit Roger Griffin's conception of fascism as palingenesis, a mythic promise of national or ethnic rebirth. Yet in his postmortem on the 2024 election, Gabriel Winant observed that the liberal view of the movement as regressive is far too simple. Rather, he writes, although on the surface MAGA is nostalgic, Trump's movement has been immensely historically generative, creating new modes of political expression, opening new arenas of policymaking, mass deportation, anti-trans assaults, vaccine skepticism, the list goes on. The central case relevant here, as Molly mentioned, is this television ad in the Trump campaign, Kamala is for they, them, President Trump is for you. The campaign spent at least $215 million on this ad alone, more than on ads on every other issue combined. The ad itself did not test well with audiences, but the campaign doubled down on it anyway. It aired more than 30,000 times across every swing state, and pundits seem to agree that it paid off. One Republican strategist called the ads wildly successful at boosting Republican turnout. The 2024 election saw the first transgender candidate elected to Congress, Sarah McBride of Delaware, but it was also one in which the nebulous other, they, them became a threatening specter animating Trump's expanding multiracial base. This is the context in which ACLU staffer Jillian Brandstetter described misogyny and against trans women as one of the most powerful political forces in the world, and in which historian Jill Peterson has decried a new war on trans life as an attempt to build what they call a cisgender state. One of the central questions of Jennifer's paper is whether these contemporary sex and gender panics amount to the microfascism analyzed by Deleuze and Guattari, or to fascism proper. Judith Butler has not minced words in their own judgment. They said in a recent interview just a few weeks ago, quote, once you decide that a single vulnerable minority can be sacrificed, you're operating within a fascist logic, because that means that there might be a second one, or you're willing to sacrifice a third and a fourth, and then what happens? Butler describes Trump's re-election as a restoration fantasy at play in many right-wing movements in the US. People want to go back to the idea of being a white country, or the idea of the patriarchal family, the principle that marriages are for heterosexuals. They call it a nostalgic fury for an impossible past. In Jason Stanley's popular conception, fascism comes down to a politics of us against them. In the contemporary political conjuncture in both the US and Europe, the them is centrally the migrant, the Muslim, but the trans athlete, the bathroom, or the groomer is also there. And these phantom enemies come together in Trump's outlandish invocation of the illegal transgender alien in prison, ripping off the real American cis hetero taxpayer. One of the central insights of Jennifer's paper is that this is not just a fascism of the political fringe, but a populist pandering and willingness to scapegoat also of the liberal center. One of the most remarkable signs I've seen at protests in the past year reads, "With liberals like these, who needs fascists?" In Germany, it's not only the far-right AfD, but especially the liberal parties chasing them to the right who have eagerly undermined countless basic protections of democratic life for political and academic expression and safety in the name of defending Jews more vigorously than their strange bedfellows of the AfD, all while vilifying Jews like Judith Butler, not incidentally a non-binary gender theorist and anti-Zionist, as an anti-Semite and Hamas apologist. Even Susan Neiman, no friend of wokeness, postmodernism, or post-colonial theory, says of the newly adopted anti-Semitism resolution, quote, "I think it's a disaster and I think it will increase anti-Semitism." To conclude, for all due attention to MAGA's nostalgic myths of national restoration and to analogies to Weimar and history's strongmen, what we're witnessing is less a replay of the fascist past than a new politics of the post-fascist present. To my mind, the takeaway remains one Dagmar taught us all in Sex After Fascism years ago, that following Foucault's critique of the repressive hypothesis, fascist movements are not simply repressive of deviant sexuality and women's liberation, but at the same time also highly productive of new incitements and forms of desire. By tracing their longer genealogies, Jennifer's paper helps us see these much more clearly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jonathan, for that wonderful response. Okay, in our now storied tradition, I will take three or four questions and then give it over to the three of you to respond, okay? Yes, Diana.
So thank you for this wonderful panel. I have a question for Jen about the stuff of dictatorship. Can you speak a little bit to the relationship between nationalist chic, which is retrospective, and totalitarian pitch, which is
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I was going to ask this question anyway, but John's conclusion makes it more relevant. If you were saying maybe there's something new here. I've always seen, at least Nazism, which is my area of specialization, as wanting to be popular and modern so badly that, with the exception of maybe the Jews, they were always conflicted about whether they could really marginalize any group. Whether you read Tim Mason or Ian Kershaw, Catholics, workers, prostitutes, there's always this malleability on the part of fascism where, while they have the own the live side to make conservatives happy, they can't really hold to it in a doctrinaire way, right? They always want the support of, gays for Trump, single women for Hitler, right? So I'm wondering really if there's anything new about this. If the Third Reich was so populist and so desperate for support and kind of validation in a post-democratic society that they did some of the same thing, right? And then every ordinary Germans could find ways in which, oh, well, I'm accepted and these people aren't, which is kind of what Jen's point is, right? If you're on the inside, even Jews at times said, oh, maybe I can be accepted now. And fascism does that in a way that traditional conservatism doesn't. And I think that's a continuity. I just wanted to ask both of you about that.
Alyssa?
I think it's very interesting that Bowie qualifies Hitler as a rock star, which actually I think there is something interesting in that. And Jagger probably different style, but why the just claiming that Hitler was a communist is something totally different. And I think I just wanted to your thought on that, because I think as historians because it wipes away the accusation that I mean, liberal in a political sense, I think they use it, but so they underscore that they are liberal in an economic sense. But I think it's an interesting way of arguing, and it's maybe not as stupid as we might think. And I was talking also with Amy yesterday that there is a book I really like of a war reporter, Chris Hedges, published in 2002. War is a force that gives us meaning. And I think in this kind of activism, fascism as activism, is also fascism can be a force that gives us meaning. I think this meaning is not maybe in a theological or religious sense, but also in a sense of like affect action. And I really like Mary to understand that there is gender is kind of always minimized when we talk about economics. And actually yesterday in the panel on war and violence, I missed that a little bit because I think we talked a little bit, but not enough, that there are studies by Pamela Sweat by saying that actually all this 1920s activism of the EFA and this radicalization of the unemployed men in Reading and other working class districts has also to do that men were unemployed and passed their time in a pub and drinking, politicizing, while the women had to do family, establishing family and working for a lower wage at the factories. So I think there are gender analysis that are not mentioned enough.
Okay, let's stop there and we'll have our respondents. Just pass the mic down, Mary. Okay.
Jen first.
I'm still marveling at this mic. Diana, yeah, this is such an interesting question. Nationalist chic viewed in retrospective versus totalitarian kitsch produced in its own time. And it reminds me of the conversation we had yesterday, I think, about when minority populations use hegemonic symbols, but reclaim them and reinvest them in their own way as a strategy, right? And I think that that's obviously the big difference in this case, right? It's about defanging the symbols, at the same time reinvesting them with their own energy, with their own desires. And this gets back to this idea of viewing fascism as not something that's purely negative in that sense, but that is productive in generating new meanings and new forces. And this kind of speaks to Alyssa's point too about the work that fascism or fascist aesthetics does. And it's one of the reasons why, and I'm not out there saying like, super hardcore pornography, yay, and Susan Sontag, no. I mean, I'm trying to get us to think about the work, like John said, right? What did you say? The service of ideas, concepts like fascism, and in this case, I'd say aesthetics, the service that the aesthetics of fascism, what work it actually does for certain populations in those moments. So that's kind of, for me, what is interesting about this tension.
I would just add one small point to Eric Kurlander's point, which is it came up earlier in this conference that there was also this moment a few years ago where in like this at the same time, Caitlyn Jenner and Kanye West had also like both endorsed Trump. And these are just things that seem to like frazzle the minds of liberals, right? Like how could it be? But we're seeing it over and over again, that there is a kind of ecumenicism to this populism that seems to be, cutting across all familiar lines. And we're seeing that also with the realignment of the parties, right? So I think we're kind of just without a map right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I have a question.
Can I
Yes.
respond
Sorry.
briefly?
Sorry.
I think there is, to Eric's question, I think there is a division on the right about whether you're going to try to co-opt groups in that may seem unlikely candidates to be part, like gays, and those who really are hardcore disciplinarian. We will jail women who have abortions and jail doctors who provide them. We don't care about that segment of women. Or, legal scholars like Adrian Vermeulen, who says, we will force people to lead off. We're not going to try to win them over and persuade them. We believe in our morality, and we want to impose it in a very authoritarian authoritarian way. And how that is going to play out, I think, remains to be seen. And I think with the massive attack on diversity, equity, and inclusion, they have written off a whole lot of people who are going to be very negatively influenced by that as simply not worth trying to court. If you're willing to change your views, fine, otherwise not. As to, Vidal calling Hitler a communist, I think the accusations of communism and socialism have become totally free floating on the right. It's simply somebody you don't like, you say you're a socialist or you're a communist, in the same way that on the left so often fascism is used simply to say, I don't like something the right is doing, I don't like some people, without any analytic meaning, which is why I have long argued fascism is a really good concept to think with, but I'm very wary of the label because it short circuits analysis.
Okay, so yes, and then Tina, and then Brett.
Thank you very much for the discussion. It's for all of you, also for the public, but Jennifer in particular. And I really need your insight in understanding 3 movies that came out in Italy before. And that starts with The Dam, La Caduta del Re, of Visconti, and then there is Il Conformista of Bertolucci, Night Porter, and then Salò. There is a representation of fascism by directors in which they would not play homosexuality. It is very central. That is, it is one of the most, I would say, not understandable structure of understanding fascism. Because certainly for Pasolini, Salò became a kind of death or war, precisely for the depiction of fascism as a kind of morbid deviation. And I was wondering, thanks to your thoughts, if the paradigm that they were working on, and that it was completely detached from their own being homosexual. Liliana Cavani was a woman, but she was reading through also the reproduction of documentary on women within the movies. Why they chose this paradigm, and you mentioned to a certain point of your response, anti-fascism. So how do you place in this model in which fascism is treated in the 70s like a kind of reactionary, punishing way in which representing heterosexuality but also homosexuality? I would say the trilogy of Visconti goes on there with all this kind of ambiguity. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, there's so much. It's like, where to start. So just 2 things. One is, I mean, I'm still fixated on the 70s and sort of leading into the 80s. In that, I mean, I'm wondering whether it's useful for us to really go back to this moment of thinking. I mean, this is the U.S., right? The moral majority, the pro-family movement. The silent majority. I mean, that was in many ways, the threat of that fragmented moral majority in response to secondary feminism and response to movements of the 60s was also very much what pushed feminism forward, right? And we did formulate a response, right? And we did, in some ways, overcome certain parts of that Reagan revolution that then was the result of mobilizing the moral majority and other pieces that have just never gone away. So I'd love to sort of push more on again thinking about the 70s and that there was there really was a powerful movement that used a lot of the same ideas and concepts, although trans was not as much present, but certainly gay and general question that came up for me listening to all three of you and then to gel with what Molly was saying, is that there does seem to be this peculiar way in which that as with fascism, our, whatever we want to call it, right? That movement that is bringing together all of this right-wing populist, quote-unquote fascist energy has the ability to mobilize electoral politics, right? I mean, they have the ability to bring out voters to the polls and people actually vote, and that's how they gain power, right? Whereas the quote-unquote left, right, with all of its weird range from, sort of what is seen as really kind of out there, from deviant to exciting, right, to left, to these left liberals that we are so upset about because of their weakness, that we have not been able to forge those alliances that actually get people to vote, and a lot of people who are, well, that's a question. It seems to me that a lot of the folks who are really being targeted are not being mobilized, into electoral politics and anything. It's this alienation. The right is able to do it, and so that's historically. I'd love to hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna let you talk, and then we're out of town.
We're out of time.
Yeah, okay, so can you just ask this question?
I want to respond to Jennifer's bringing up anti-Oedipus, because I was in one of those reading groups in the 1970s. We didn't have enough of the eyewitness accounts, and as a moment of sort of fluidity, because this was really sort of experimental thinking, and so one thing is sort of from a historical perspective, sort of the genealogy of these moments, and also the genealogy of the feelings associated with it, and that there's a certain periodization in this, because as Tina was saying, this was connecting to the 1920s and 30s. I mean, Wilhelm Reich, I was living with the people from the Merle Verlag in Berlin, and Peter Gente was one of the lead publishers of Wilhelm Reich's Massenpsychologie. But on the other hand, these were also people who, in their own personal history, carried the Nazi past. Peter's father was a judge in Nazi Germany, and Heidi Paul's father was in the Waffen-SS. And so it also comes haunting back, and so in that sense, but it was this moment when it was a reaction also against this sort of more rigidifying Marxist, post-Marxist movements, and we were this sort of, the against, for everything, against everything movement, and that was kind of a turning point.
Fortunately, we can't have you respond, so I encourage one-on-one conversations at the front of the room, with my apologies to those like Rick who were not able to ask questions. Please come and have that interaction.
You should have pushed back and demanded more time. I did yesterday, but since we started late, I said,
Yeah, we did start late, actually.
we started late, yeah.
I love that though. I didn't actually know that. There was an amazing exhibition about the history of the German Republic that I mentioned like 2 years ago. That's totally amazing. That's actually, so they're the German equivalent of semiotext, which is I loved it, which is what I was just reading, and they knew all those people. I mean, they called the Chris Krauss was like a woman in this like theory row, like a acolytes of her husband, and she calls them the matriarch boys, and they never remember her name. Like she's just an accessory.
emotionally resonant and politically established, right? They
What was your?
So I must sit
I mean, there's some nuance in that, but it really takes like reading your whole book to understand. Because you're not bashing it, it's you're historicizing We talked about that. You know, when Sarah Schultz came out, being Gabriel, a friend of mine, did you see the aftermath of that? There were 2 reviews that were like sensational about that book. And basically there was a review, I think it was published in Jewish Currents. Maybe both of them were. And it alleged, it was like really accusatory towards Sarah. It's like, basically, again, this is her preempting, and her response is like, the history was not told. There were not transmitted.
Why do we incorporate everybody? There's an age of non-conformity that
Yeah,
will not
I don't know. I'm a little not so sure, but that's how I feel always at the end of everything.
Yeah, well, I was going to have a question for you, and then I answered it in my own head, which was, how do we make the left succeed? Like, how do we bring, and then I was like, wait.
Exactly, with Dagmar we have sexy racism, how do we have sexy anti-racism?
Right, and then I was,
Absolutely. No, I tell you, because really, part of the
You know, I think instead of just being mobilized voters, is that they just warm up for the institution. They get hold of state legislation, governorships. They start on the local level. They capture, they train these right-wing judges.
Is that right? Quando si tratta di Pasolini, Visconti, wherever. Yeah, so why that image? Yeah, why that image that really cost a lot? Yeah, it did. Pasolini was filled with people because of representing Salon, that way kind of sexual deviation. No, it was and I a wonderful analysis.
Well, and I don't know, I have to think about it now, right? It's so interesting.
Right, and I thought there is to say, no, there is always this ambiguity. In which why sexuality is so prominent, and why male sexuality is so prominent. Yeah. I don't know, it's confessed as well. Visconti was always for a time. He was so they only do, but they speak about Italian fascism. You don't have other movies. And they represent it as a rape, and then it meets him again in this kind of afterward thing. What
Your comment that they're actually the most disaffected
Hi,
from the
okay,
political
but
system.
I'm
It's really that's sad, yeah.
that's very exclusive. Hi, nice to meet you.
I mean, we're
I think you know that's a function, right?
I think there's also lots of working. I mean, part of the challenge is how do you simultaneously appeal to the economic needs of working class, who include many gays as well,
I'm going like tomorrow or whatever.
and address the issues that
You know what?
part
I
of
don't
the
know if it's
Democratic
the
Party
same. I
and the
have a
labor
sense
movement
it's
are
different
willing
because
to
I know what you mean.
dismiss
Like it's been
as
in many places.
wokeness,
It was in
as
London like
of
2 years
secondary
ago.
importance. We don't need
This
to
is
pay
a
attention to
new
gender.
one. I'm in the exhibition catalog. That was so weird. Yeah.
Actually, you are. Yeah. Wait.
I did it. Yeah, which is kind of wild for me to see my words in Italian. I mean, that was like, I mean, I don't know if it's a good,
maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but it was just sort of exciting to see, right? So,
Yeah.
yeah, the photos are amazing, right?
No, the Democrat Party is retreating
I mean,
on
the
that.
Biden-
I could see it,
the
you could see it in the
just months
campaign.
ago backtracked on trans rights.
And
He said there should be no
what I
trans
love
healthcare
about
for
Rosetta
kids,
is
for
like,
people under 18.
Yeah.
she's
Biden
so
said that.
about lesbian, like she's saying,
now
like,
Title IX
I understand my
protections have been
community and
tossed
the
out.
same sorts of ways that you read it and you're like, is she writing on Instagram right now? Like, it's so current, and yet she had this tremendous sense of her own sort of fluid gender and desires, and so it's just fabulous to see her. So yeah, I was so glad that Alessio and I realized we had this common love of this photographer. So
No, I'm really glad that happened. I was thinking when you were talking about, so the thing I often think about in my own work is the ways in which minority groups kind of have interpersonal asymmetries and violence towards one
Like, which
another.
they're already doing for
And
abortion,
this is
right?
across
They're
both the
already
left and
using
right.
surveillance.
So what I was thinking of is like two things. In my own work, I'm thinking about in the post-1970 moment, gay rights largely contingent upon associating with their being Italy on homophobia.
yes,
And I
So
think that's
the different
part of
ways
it.
in which it kind of creates
So I think we have to, if we would have to
Definitely.
figure
And then
out
I
a
think
way
about like
to make that argument, but as a teen always says, all 30-year-olds are having babies.
Well,
And they are, and they're very invested in that.
Yes, it makes it so much easier to demonize Mexicans.
Yes.
So this way in which they can perfectly compatibly understand themselves as benefiting from the alt-right.
To the never from out of
Completely in their same racial categorization.
exactly.
And so these are two separate spheres, and yet they're doing similar practices.
Yes, yes.
So I was thinking a bit about how you ended your thing about like we also.
Okay, I want that
I just want you to right now.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's everything. Like, that's exactly what I find. And I mean, I ran out of time and I wasn't able to kind of do that. But the end of the paper does that same sort of thing where it echoes forward all of these contemporary examples, mostly sort of Germany, where we see the same sort of thing, Islamophobia within the gay movement, the anti-trans stuff within very central parts of the German activist sort of left, and also, manifesting around the corner right now too, the kind of charges of anti-Semitism for taking an anti-Zionist stance. So how it's all very much, and the thing that's scary is that it's like totally parallels the language of the AFD, and that, so it is a question of a collapsing middle, I think, and the reliance, and I think it's not even just contemporary. I mean, as you say, it's a tension that we feel throughout the last decades, but it seems particularly salient now. So for me, the way I think about it is, I think of it as it's the populist moment, populist discourse moving into, all of these spheres, and so that once we recognize it as a part of the sort of brutalization of discourse, then maybe we can oppose it or look for actual solidarities where we'll meet them, right? But so for me, I ended the paper really awful, kind of like, let's all just kind of hide under our covers kind of thing, because like, what are we supposed to do if like even those in our midst
So it was easier
are
to like slogan
part of the
here about
problem?
being anti-fascist.
But I really
But
do
they
worry
weren't
about
actually.
that. Like, that for me is like really who has our backs, right? Who has our backs, and so that's that's why I kind of try to do the whole SOT thing to make people uncomfortable to see that their prurient, their discomfort is also somewhat part of the problem, right? That why not? Within limits, there have to be limits.
An
But our
anti-authoritarian
inability
walk
to
was
be
much
comfortable
more.
with transgressive sexuality really is part of the problem.
I mean, and this is especially written in the 90s with Ilga, but then, like, I like what you said that, there was intergenerational, but it wasn't all that. And it wasn't all that, and there was consent, and there was, like, intergenerational should not connote immediately to pederasty. So, like, having to remind people that, like, they may leave something thinking they have a kind of liberal moral purity about it, and then forget that what they're actually doing is reaffirming what the right is doing.
Exactly, and how easy. I mean, we're seeing that so much around just, the whole pedo discourse. I mean, I have kids, and they're always like, "Oh, it's such a pedo." And I'm like, "Okay, can we just not use that? Like when we use that language, we're doing a certain thing, and it's like really, really deeply problematic." So yeah, but I often come down on the side of like hyper utopianism, and so that's like sometimes a problem also when I do queer trans stuff, because some of these images, I've had a long-standing conversation with a good friend of mine who doesn't think that I should put certain images up
trans joy, I would say trans joy, trans desire, and they say that you can never have photography that isn't coercive.
Yeah.
So we really kind of let her.
That's what I know, I love that, but I just feel like from what Frank
Sorry,
was saying.
Tina interrupted.
No, just what Frank said, we have to have a conversation about anti-Oedipus because, oh my God.
That, I know, the lives you've led.
No, I know, but the anti-Semitism and the Nazi within was so intense, so intense. I mean, but it's an interest, I mean, so I just feel, and he brought it up.
I want to hear it, for
He
sure.
brought it up, it's like,
So great to have like just witnesses to the.
yeah, I know, but I hadn't even, I was sort of impressed by that, that was my life. Anyway, go ahead.
No, that was great. Oh my God.
Yeah. I know, and I'm going to get one. Well, that's so fun. Thank you for introducing. You're at the American Academy. Are you at the Academy as well?
This is Kid.
I am. Hi.
I'm Piera.
Nice to meet you.
I do history of architecture and history of medicine in Latin America.
Ah,
And I look
okay.
at how eugenic practices and regulation of family life in rural housing project in the 1930s to the 60s.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. Wow. I only have a little in on like architecture and Latin America, and that is that one of the other photographers whose work I look at, her name's Madalena Schwartz, and she's in Brazil. And she's a laundress, so she's like works in a laundromat. She's a Jewish refugee, goes to Argentina first, then Brazil. And it's by living in the Copan building, which is famous, that she actually starts to pick up the camera and learn photography. And she also photographs the trans community, the trans sex worker community, entertainment kind of community around the Copan. And it's all about like the building, the neighborhood, that moment in the 60s. So it's not rural communities, but there is a little architectural built community angle to all of it, right? So, yeah. Wow. Thanks for saying hello. I mean, it made me feel better. I felt kind of like.
No, I really enjoyed it.
Fantastic. It was excellent. Absolutely excellent. Absolutely.
Yeah. We all need more time though, don't we? Holy
Yes,
It's
exactly.
a
It is a pity.
That's
It's a good problem.
It's a good problem.
Yes,
I
exactly.
made the mistake of writing the larger paper, so in order to process pages, I wrote like 2 pages, and then it was like, I knew I had to make it, and so you're like, I'm never gonna be able to.
Yes,
Wait, cut it out.
yeah.
It's so, how lucky to be at the Academy, that's fun.
It's really
It's so
gorgeous.
incredible.
It actually, my first time was with Aurelia, and
Yeah.
Ah, right. Right, left. It's confusing. Yeah.
You guys have to switch.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we are going to resume. I've told the panelists that their time limits will be strictly enforced, even if it requires me to jump on this table. We're gonna have 20-minute comments and a 40-minute talk to end the sessions. There are still a few books over there. Okay, it was a very heavy suitcase coming here. I'd like it to be very light when I leave. Yeah, that'd be much better. Yeah, much better. All right, so our first speaker is Federico Finkelstein, who is professor of history at the New School for Social Research and the Eugene Long College. He received his PhD at Cornell University. Professor Finkelstein is the author of 7 books on fascism, 8 books on fascism, populism, dirty wars, the Holocaust, and Jewish history in Latin America and in Europe. His books have been translated into Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, Chinese, Hungarian, Korean, and Turkish. His most recent book, the 8th, is The Wannabe Fascists, A Guide to Understanding the Greatest Threat to Democracy. He'll be followed by Antonio Costa Pinto and Diana Garvin, and I will introduce them right before their comments.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Yes? No? Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank you for inviting me. We had a coffee in New York City, when it was 2 years ago, and you told me about this conference, and I was very excited. I'm happy to be here. Also, thank you, Alessandra and Donatello, for organizing this. I mean, it's been, as always, a learning opportunity in two ways. One is, of course, you learn things that you didn't know. And the other one is you learn in terms of how the state of the field, like what people are working on, and maybe you see some trends. So it's great to also you see friends and you make new friends. So it's great experience. So today I would like to talk about what I address in my recent book, The Wannabe Fascist, which sadly is a topic that we are all living. And this is not how I started. I mean, and I tell my students, about this all the time, because young people, students, they are living in a situation which is very different to the one I lived when I started working on fascism 30 years ago. And my situation was, I lived the first decade of my life under dictatorship. Yesterday, I think Omer said, not everybody live in a war. Well, I mean, I remember the war of '82, the Malvinas Falklands War, of course, a distant war in the sense that it was far away from my city, and yet under the totalitarian propaganda of the dictatorship, I can tell you that as young as I was, I remember a lot. And I wonder how unconsciously some of that stuff is in my mind. I receive a dictatorial education. So when you say that I will stop, I will stop. So that's part of me also. I'm still surprised and gratified to see where, the country I have been living in and I work for the last 20 years, how sometimes within the university, how informal it can be. And it's a surprise, still a surprise, and also a great thing to see, equality. So the question that I'm raising is the question that everybody is thinking about, and as historians, I'm sure you are asked this question as I have been asked this question, which is what is new with what's going on. And I think I will say that the farther people are from the field of fascist studies, the more they engage in a binary. Either nothing is new or everything is new. So of course, when you study something, and especially if you're an historian, you say that things are complex because they are. So I mean, in other fields, and sometimes I'm jealous because journalists will ask you this or that, and the historian will say very complex. And in other fields, they say yes, this or that, and that's why often we are not as successfully conveying what we do, because if we are historians, we will say that. So regarding the question that is Trump a fascist? My own idea of this, and this is what I have been trying to do in my work recently, or more recently, and especially in this book, is that obviously the answer cannot be yes or no. And in Spanish, we have a beautiful word, which is ni, which is yes and no. In that sense, the question is, rather than a definition or a concept of what it is, and I provide my own term because I have to, but to me that is not as important, I will say, as which are, of course, the continuities, but also the distinctions. And if, of course, as I will argue, the continuities are very strong, then we should be worried as citizens, and we should be studying this as historians, rather than saying, yes, this is fascism, or no, this is not fascism. So there was a reference, and I told Jonathan, you will not be surprised, because I don't see Jonathan presented. Oh, there you are. So we walk, and I told you what I think strongly and very polemically, that in my opinion, I mean, this so-called, and I like that you said so-called, the so-called fascism debate was not a debate at all. I mean, it was, to a big extent, a kind of binary responses from people that do not work on fascism. And I have been very frustrated about that, because in fact, this was not an interesting debate at all, if it was a debate. And the point is that, in my opinion, what was lacking in that debate was actual knowledge of fascist historiography. I mean, can you talk about, seriously, and I'm not a fan of De Felice, but can you talk about fascism without having read De Felice? I mean, I think that would be impossible. And sadly, it is possible. And thereby, a lot of the participants in the debate are exponents of that. Let's say, I mean, I don't want to talk about personal reasons, but I generally think it's a mix of ethnocentrism, laziness, and I guess, opportunism. And as opposed, and probably this is your case as well, as opposed to many of these naysayers, I mean, I have been working on this forever, before Trump was a fact. And then let me return to my point about how our students are in a difficult situation. Because having lived under dictatorship, and when I started working on this, I had the luxury of this thing being in the past. I mean, the Argentine dictatorship was quite connected to fascism in many ways, in explicit ways, in the sense that often they, torturers and even intellectuals and generals will say, we identify with Hitler and we are trying to continue that legacy in a different way. I mean, as I wrote in one of my books on the dirty war, sometimes they will torture people and they will say, especially to Jewish victims, for example, in Argentina, they will say, the Nazis lost, but we will win. And your ancestors, I mean, they won, but you will be defeated. And when you read the witnesses from those, I don't talk about, transhistorical in the way of something being out of history, but in terms of like a kind of appropriation of transhistorical memories by perpetrators and their attempt to impose those memories into perpetrators. I mean, that is an interesting phenomenon, and it happens. So in a way, it's very hard not to analyze, for example, the Argentine dictatorship without fascism, insofar as the perpetrators identify with the legacy of fascism, and they believe they were, they were continuing that fight. In that context, as I said, I had the luxury of, this was the past. As every historian at the time, and probably forever, I when people outside the academy ask me at that time when I was a student, why are you interested in this? I would say, well, we study history to understand the present, which is true, but also is perhaps also more, whimsically, we also like the past. We like studying the past, but we make the connection. And then I will add, as we always do, because hopefully, the future will not be like this, and the more understanding of the past, the future will be different. This is not the case for our students and for us now, but it's a totally different thing, like starting to work on these issues when they seem to be, resurrecting or being reformulated in the recent past, in the present, and I guess the future, because we don't talk about the future, but in a few, at least in the US, in a few days, there is the return of some of this stuff to power. Now, my dismissal of this so-called debate relates to something that we teach our students, which is, before you say something, read the bibliography. And that is, the beauty of this conference, especially because in the same way, like, you need to read Mose, even if you don't agree with Mose. It's a key historian for the history of fascism. And I like about the conference that we had to go back to a text. And I was wondering a lot about that, because of course, there are things that are dated and many colleagues mention them, and I agree. And there are things, in a way, this is a history of history, or a historiographical exercises, but in a great author such as Mose, also there are things that, that remain as part of questions that we ask and so on. And I have noticed by the way, that there is, this is educated guess, that Mose is not as important as he was when I started. In fact, like my first book was, I think, really influenced by Mose, which at the time, as I said, we were reading in Italian translations. But I think there is a need to return to this. And I was wondering, I didn't read the entire thing, but when I was reading this, a lot of things that we can go back to in a way. But in terms of my own topic, I had to be critical, because there is a moment in the conversation when there is an attempt to think the connection between what was then the recent past of fascism vis-a-vis the present, and there is a discussion about Perón. I don't know if somebody remembers this part, but I was stuck because there are two participants, an expert on Italy and a Spaniard, that talk about Perón. At one point, Gordon Craig says, "Let me return to Perón," and silent from Mose, which is interesting because probably, I never met him, but I assume he was a humble person and he didn't know much about Perón, so probably he didn't say anything. And in fact, what Juan Lin says about Perón is kind of incorrect. And perhaps Mose was cautious about it. And this is a topic that I would like to address. How am I with time? Because okay, so far. So we'll see. So, because at that time, and I mentioned, Gino Germani before, and Professor Moro wrote an essay recently about the centrality of Gino Germani's thought to the Felice thought, which is to say, there is a connection. I would like to know more about that regarding Mose. But, Gino Germani was an interesting character because, and a scholar, of course, because he was briefly imprisoned in fascist Italy. He was an Italian young person and young scholar. And so this guy, he's in prison, he leaves Italy, he's an anti-fascist, he goes to Buenos Aires, and sooner than later he has Perón. So the university is no longer viable. He's really, he creates this, or he's part of a kind of resistance. Yes, I don't know why there is this idea that resistance is wrong when there is authoritarianism. And by the way, in the so-called debate, there are like millionaires that from their townhouses in Brooklyn, they criticize people that are concerned about rights and so on. But let me go back to Germani. So he was part of a resistance against, the authoritarianism going on in the university. If you are into Latin American literature, I will recommend the novel The Exam by Cortázar, in which he talks about the context of a university that is memory-based and is very authoritarian and canonic, and it's not a place for thinking, and certainly not a place for criticizing authoritarianism. when the Perón government is over, Germany will found like the career of sociology in Buenos Aires. In Argentina, at the time, that was the first and a kind of key moment in Latin America, in Latin America's history of social sciences. Eventually, he will go to Harvard, and eventually he will return to Italy. But Germany was, for me and for many others in Latin America, was very important because he was smart enough to recognize that there was something different between the new authoritarianism that Perón represented. And unlike the fascism seminar, Perón was not a dictator. So this is a key issue. Yes, there was mass appeal, there was working class support. Perón had been a fascist. He actually was the strong man in a dictatorship. But after 45, like, he realizes that, or, you know, he thinks that there is a need for a new kind of politics. And he calls for elections which he wins. And this is a start of, you know, my recent work, because what I see, I mean, first, I work on fascism. At some point, like on a more biographical note, if you allow me to present the subject position of this historian, in this case myself, at some point, like my dissertation was about the connections between Italian and Argentine fascism. I got tenure out of that. Eventually that secured my job. And so, I don't know, in Italy, I think the Argentine cartoon Mafalda is very well known. I mean, in other places, it is very well known. And there is a moment in Mafalda, I mean, this is a young girl, that she visits the house of Libertad, who is a friend whose parents are scholars, but really without a job. They are translators, they are intellectuals, they don't have a job. And at some point, Libertad opens the fridge. And she says, you know, this chicken, she's very proud that she will eat chicken. This chicken, Sartre gave this chicken to us. And then she explains that the mom translated Sartre and now they have money to eat chicken. So my book was sort of that, like I take it also in that way. So, because I mean, incidentally, I mean, and again, this is interesting in terms of how archives shape our research, because I thought I was going to do a comparative research between Argentina and Italy. I came, especially here, and Roberta was, like, we were sometimes sitting in the same desk in the Archivio Centrale dello Stato. I found materials that allowed me to write about the connections. I realized that at that time there was, you know, something called transnational history going on. I wrote a book. It became the first monograph on fascism and transnational history. Now, since the chicken was ready to eat, I guess, at that time I decided, you know, when the book was published in 2010, I decided I was not going to work on transnational history and I would switch to do national history. So, I mean, they were inviting me at that time to the transnational history conference and I would say, no, I'm working on something different now. Maybe not a great career move, but that's what I wanted to do. And because, you know, the way I started working on fascism was that in Argentina, I, like everybody else, I guess, I was not original. I wanted to work on the Argentine dictatorship. But in the 1990s, the Argentine dictatorship, there were not many archives. I mean, there was, you know, it was quite recent. And my advisors, you know, especially my advisor, he said, there is no way I will allow you to write on this. So, and after a long conversation, I convinced him that he will allow me to write on the first dictatorship of 1930. So I said, okay, this is my way. And this is how I started working on fascism. Once I published my transnational history book, I said, well, I guess now I can do whatever I want. And I said, okay, I will write a book about the Argentine dictatorship. This is why I became an historian. I want to write that book. And eventually it became a history of the fascist idea in Argentina, leading to what I see as the kind of objective, actually, you know, very much influenced by Mose, making things tangible, making like a kind of switch between ideology and practice, that in the torture chambers, again, like the history of Argentine fascism became personified in the bodies of the victim. Anyway, so I published that book, and in that book, I saw the polemic part. I already talked about, in that book, about the Archbishop of Buenos Aires, very reactionary figure that had been, you know, had a role in the Argentine dictatorship. I mentioned this guy by name. Now he's called Francesco, and he's the Pope. So, but, you know, I thought that was going to be the polemic chapter. He also changed, by the way. But in the 1970s, he was quite linked to fascism, and he had a very dubious role in the dictatorship. I thought that was going to be the polemic part. And in fact, like one day when he became the Pope, by the way, like the New York Times called me and said, what do you have to say about the Pope? I said, okay, he's related to fascism. I said a lot of things, and they published them. And then the Pope changed. So historians, you know, we never know exactly. Now he's a figure of a progressive figure, which he is, by the way. I mean, in the European context, well, it's a discussion, but in a way he is. Like, I mean, more than others at least. Anyway, he came to the US in the first presidential election of Trumpism, and he defended migrants. Anyway, whatever. So I thought that was going to be the polemic chapter. It wasn't. So I was explaining the history of clerical fascism in Argentina. That wasn't the polemic chapter in Argentina. The polemic chapter of my book was the one I wrote on Peronism. And in a way, what I said is knee. I said, the title of that chapter was Peronism between fascism and populism. And I tried to explain why this was not fascism, that it was influenced by it, and it was a historical point, not a morphological one. So what happened to Perón after 45, 46, 47? I mean, what's going on here? And that's why I started a new career, like, you know, in populism studies. And I have been working on that field for a long time now. So after that, I published another book, which was called From Fascism to Populism in History, which is a kind of precedent for my current book. That book I finished briefly before Trump was elected. And in that book, again, showing that historians, you know, I don't know, maybe that's not your case, but I don't think we are that great in predicting the future. In the manuscript, I talk about how I saw that Trumpism already represented something new in the history of populism, a sort of returning to some elements which were more typical of the fascists. And I actually delighted in putting in his failed bid for the presidency, Donald Trump. So I was explaining the example from the campaign. And my editor at California Press, she said, why don't we wait until the election? And we did. And after a brief period of depression and melancholia, I decided to rewrite the book. But it's not the hypothesis, but rather radicalize the point that, you know, this is the, you know, if Perón in Argentina has been the first populist in history, like it seemed that populism was at its height by reaching, you know, the most powerful country in the world. And in that book, I explore, you know, the similarities between fascism and populism, but also the differences. The argument in that book, which I project into this one, but also here I'm sort of, you know, taking account of new things, which for me are important. And I told Enzo, who is my friend for decades, basically, after he finished his talk, I talked about him that I disagree about the fact that, you know, the coup d'etats in the US and Brazil are an exception. For me, Europe is the exception for now. I mean, the fact that in the two biggest democracies in the Western Hemisphere, you have two coup d'etats. I mean, to me, this is not an exception. This is a major issue, and that's why I decided to write this book. Because I always, I mean, let me go back to populism and how much time I have. 20 minutes. Oh, I'm rich in time. So to me, I mean, I will tell you basically what I found, like, once I switched to populist studies. I had the background of fascist studies, which in populism studies is not really something that most scholars do. In fact, in populism studies, as I was shocked to find, there are not many historians. Historians sometimes do not gravitate towards the category or do not engage in these conceptual discussions. And in the social sciences, especially political science and sociology, scholars that work on populism, do not think history or historians are that important. So it's our fault because we don't participate, but also there is this bias that historians basically provide data for them to present great hypotheses. You can understand how, you know, enraged I was about reading this, even from the best scholars in the fields, which I respect. For example, someone like Rosan Ballon, for example, who says Latin American populism and European populism are different because they are different. And you know, and this goes back to fascism studies when they say, some say, Latin America or Asia are different to Europe. And look, I'm a Latin Americanist. I read a lot of European historiography. Did you read about Latin America, or you just are kind of catapulting yourself or erecting yourself into a big monument which is rooted in stereotypes and even discrimination. And my best example of this, by the way, is Stanley Payne, who was mentioned before, who basically explains that fascism cannot exist in Latin America because of, and I will mention a couple of ones, high levels of illiteracy, machismo, something that obviously never happened in fascist Italy, and my favorite, multiracial societies. So when you have all that, you cannot have fascism. Unless you think that German Jews were not truly German, that was a multiracial society as I see it. So basically, this idea that you cannot study the world because the world is different, but you are lazy, and you don't have, and some books are in English, by the way. It's not that you have to read other languages, like, and, we read you, you don't read us, and it's your loss in a way. Then, the idea in other books on populism, Perón appears as a dictator, another stereotype that was presented in the fascist seminar discussion. But what happened to Perón is very interesting, not because he is the founder of a new thing, and I'm Argentine, and if you visit Latin America, you will know about the stereotypes about Argentines, which they believe they are the center of the world. Many of them do that, including the current president of Argentina, who is a living stereotype. But the stereotypes are also limited. And my point is not really the centrality of Argentina or Argentine-centric kind of thing, but rather explaining Latin American history as the first site where people that had been fascists or fellow travelers, as Antonio Costapinto in his work highlighted the centrality of this category, that when we think about fascism in the interwar years and the war years, we should not only think about the fascists that maybe we all agree are fascists, but rather of a constellation of right-wingers and fellow travelers and dictatorships which were close to fascists or had fascists, but were not necessarily fascist. So when we think about this, we should think about the rejection of equality, liberalism, constitutional democracy as something that united them. And of course, hatred for a lot of things that were conceived or were actually different. Now, in that context, many of these people in Latin America, and I'm thinking about Getulio Vargas, a dictator, Juan Perón, a strongman in a dictatorship, and then, in Bolivia, people that were collaborating with a fascist dictator. The same you could say about a coalition, a similar coalition in Venezuela and other places, also failed projects in Colombia and Peru. But there is something going on in Latin America, and Perón is the first, by 1 year or 2. So my point is not really about, this being the kind of thing that shapes all others, but rather to see patterns in Latin American history, which in a way were kind of a antecedent for something that eventually went on in other places. And there are reasons for that, which I explain in my work. I can engage in the Q&A, why Latin America first, and then others. But what happens is that people that had been fascists or fellow travelers or dictators, somehow, and this is something that we should remember. Sorry for being normative on this, but this is about power. Like when we study fascism, it's not only about futurismo or aesthetics, but the connection between all that and power. So these people are politicians, and they want power. And to the extent that they don't want that, they fail. And in a way, they become less interesting, perhaps more interesting intellectually, but less interesting politically. Perón realizes that fascism, as great as he thought it was, cannot be after the war. He actually had visited Italy and Germany in the later years, by the way, not the early fascism, but the late, fascism, and he liked it a lot. But then he says, in a new world, what is needed is not National Socialism, but Socialismo Nacional, which, anyway, a play of words. And he said, something like, my dear Duce, It was great. It will not happen again. He even invents a meeting in Palazzo Venezia between himself and Mussolini. It's an invention because he talks about things that are, if you know Mussolini, I doubt that was the case, highly doubt that. According to Perón, Mussolini received him, and Perón explained the war to him, and Mussolini was listening for half an hour, apparently, and then they say bye-bye. But this symbolic passing of the baton was very important to Perón, in the sense that he thought that it was important to keep the fight against what he called, as Mussolini had done, demoliberalismo, or democratic liberalism, in order to fight the common enemies of fascism, which were like capitalism and socialism, or the US and the Soviet Union. So this kind of third way, what he called actually la tercera posición, the third position, was something that many fascists regarded as lost, and in Latin America first, they tried to resurrect. And in a way, if you think about a key element in fascism, and how I'm doing with time? Oh my God, okay, now I'm not reaching time, so I will finish very soon. So he thought that, that democracy, or at least electoral democracy, was the way of the future, that it provided legitimacy, and many others follow. And in fact, if fascism, in the most famous cases, including the one in this country, destroyed democracy from within in order to create a dictatorship from above, Perón did the opposite. Perón was a dictator who called for elections and created a democracy from above. And that democracy, of course, carried on a lot of authoritarian elements, but it rejected four elements. And I talk about fascism, populism as a reformulation. Populism in power, by the way. I'm not talking about, things that happened before, but the first time populism comes to power as a kind of system of government or a style or whatever you want to call it. I can talk more about that in the Q&A. But he rejected practically, and sometimes explicitly, four elements of fascism, which in my opinion, are central to fascism. So in this book, and I will finish in 4 minutes, in this book, it has 4 chapters, and each chapter is about one of these 4 pillars of fascism, which this is not a definition of fascism, but the 4 pillars are things that differentiate fascism from populism. 20th century populism was different to fascism because fascism presented this extreme idealization of violence with practical implications and a militarization of politics, one chapter. The other one is on propaganda and lies. I wrote a book about that, but I returned to this issue for this book. Propaganda and lies, which there is a specific fascist way about creating alternative realities and changing the world according to those realities. Demonization, and specifically xenophobia, going after minority groups, either because they are different or they are conceived as different, and that having practical implications, going after them, killing them, deporting them, torturing them, killing them, and finally, dictatorship. Now, those for me in my previous book were the key distinctions, and I maybe have 2 minutes now? Okay, so, but what I see in the current, just to return to the knee answer, in Trumpism, Bolsonarism, Modi in India and other places, including in Europe, is a return by populists to elements which were earlier rejected by earlier populists. And these elements are the 4 that I just mentioned. And of course, this return doesn't mean the same levels, the same quantitative or qualitative situation vis-a-vis, let's say, violence in fascism or dictatorship in fascism, but we see something which was anathema to other populists. And Perón, for example, or Vargas will be explicit about this, how problematic violence or racism are. Perón in private was a racist, but that didn't matter to him. The point is how you gain votes. And he said, if you're a fascist, you lose votes. And now there is a different thinking. And when Trump won in the first one, the New York Times asked him in a very wrong understanding of what's going on, because they were, as we see now again, that we are falling under that trap, believing that somehow there will be some form of normalization. And they asked Trump, do you think after you won that now you will engage in more dialogue and less hate? And Trump said, why? I won. So this is the way these politics are. And so in these 4 chapters, I explore these 3 different moments in these histories. Each chapter deals with classic fascism, classic populism, and what I call the new wannabe fascists, which for me are people that are approaching or returning to key elements of fascism without being fully fascist. I don't know whether we'll become fully fascist. I'm an historian. I don't predict the future. But to me, this is really bad enough. And this is my, my conclusion. Thank you.
Our first comment comes from Antonio Costapinto, who is research professor at the Institute of Social Sciences at the University of Lisbon. He has been a visiting professor at Stanford University, Georgetown, a senior associate member at St. Anthony's College at Oxford, and a senior visiting fellow at Princeton University, the University of California, Berkeley, and the New York University. He is the author of The Nature of Fascism Revisited in 2012, and he co-edited recently with Federico Authoritarianism and Corporatism in Europe and Latin America, Crossing Borders. Crossing Borders, this keeps coming up. So thank you. I can bring it over.
Well, good morning. Well, first of all, thanks very much for the invitation. I think I'm going to put it here. Thanks very much for the invitation to participate in this conference. I have on a personal note, I met Moss for the first time when I was a graduate student at the European University Institute in Florence, so here in Italy, and there was a small group of PhD students who used to go to every conference of Moss in the 1980s in Italy. As a matter of fact, I think it was in the 1980s that Moss became more close with the Italian historiography on fascism, was translated, and his influence became, I think, important in Southern Europe, not just in Italy, but also, for instance, in Spain, in Portugal, and other Southern European countries. And later on, it was a pleasure also to participate in one of the first, I think, conference of the Moss Center at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. So let me start with, not exactly with a comment, but with a statement. If in a few days, I don't know, a PhD student decided to listen to our conference, as a matter of fact, he might be a bit confused with the uses of the concept of fascism. Because, as you know, in the last 3 days, fascism did float, in cultural terms, in political terms, in terms of regimes, in contemporary politics, in the 1930s, etc. And you might think, well, I'm a bit confused, but I think that is a very good thing. Why? I will. Because, in a way, the world, I would say the world, is facing new political challenges, and we need, as a matter of fact, to discuss much more, historians, social scientists, etc. What's the meaning of this contemporary new wave of associated with the radical right and fascism? And so conceptual creativity is, in this case, I think, a good thing. Being wannabe fascist, post-fascist, and many others. I don't like very much tables, but anyhow, to give you an idea, nowadays we can, of course, that's a good thing about online resources and digitalization, because it's very easy, for instance, to try to look at how the concept of fascism, for instance, is used or was used by the literature in the 1980s or 90s, etc. I remember in interventions I've quoted Paine as one of the authors that was very much quoted in the end of the 1980s. So when you look, for instance, at the academic literature on the extreme right, on neo-fascism, etc., it's very interesting because until basically the 1980s, neo-fascism is dominant because we are dealing with small, extreme right fascist movements, with the exception, of course, in Europe, with the exception of Il Movimento Sociale Italiano, that is a typical neo-fascist party, a successful party, as you know, and it was mentioned. But all the others, even France or Germany, when they are not illegalized, even because in some European democracies has this principle in the constitution that against the creation of fascist parties. So, but they're usually very small, they're small groups, and so neo-fascism was very much used it. From the 1980s till recently, very recently, academia was hesitating between extreme right and radical right. But radical right became the dominant concept in the literature. I don't have the figures. For the last 5 or 6 years. But my intuition is that fascism came back. Not just in academic literature, but above all because we cannot control what political elites and society, what kind of concepts they use in terms of political polarization, etc., etc. And fascism is undoubtedly back. Even when we look at academics who are at the same time public intellectuals, let's avoid Paxton, who wrote an article, as you all know, because he's a historian, saying, well, maybe fascism, let's use fascism again. But Krugman, for instance, an economist who is also a public intellectual in the US, everybody knows who Paul Krugman is, and he used the concept of fascism, for instance, to classify Trump. My point is, first of all, is that we do not control, as you can imagine, concepts like the concept of fascism that came back. To give you an example, another example, in certain European countries, the emergence of these radical right-wing parties was something new. And for instance, in Spain or in Portugal, of course, there was, in the case of France, was completely different, in the case of Italy as well. And so there was a lot of statements by social scientists about these parties. And because they were at the same time, and I like it, quite frankly, as a left-wing social scientist, there was a lot of articles in the press using again the concept of fascism for these new parties, like Vox, for instance, in Spain, or Chega in Portugal, and in other countries, Brazil, for instance, with Bolsonaro, etc. So both in the intellectual arena, in the academic arena, we are facing a sort of a new conceptual creativity in terms of the uses of fascism and radical right and other concepts, neo-fascism, etc. And this is in a way a good thing, because we must admit that regardless, in terms of historians less so, but political scientists or sociologists, we are in a way a bit surprised by this new global wave associated with the radical right. It's something new. We can, as historians, as usual, go to the past. And for instance, there was a wonderful paper by, on Fascism, quote, Casa Pound. And yeah, it's easy. Oh, Casa Pound. The good old fascists in 21st century Italy. Okay, it's nice, we recognize. But it's not because of Casa Pound that Meloni is in power in Italy. It's not related with the good old Casa Pound as in the past. For instance, the good old Movimento Sociale Italiano. And of course, both Movimento Sociale Italiano and Casa Pound are a part of the history, but they don't explain certainly these new waves. So let me be very, very brief. First, we have different kinds of parties. If there is something that is quite clear when we relate historical fascism in the interwar period, with these new parties, we are dealing with completely different kinds of parties. These parties are not revolutionary parties, are not extra-parliamentarian parties. if we look at, even if they use, of course, elections, everybody knows this, both in Germany and Italy, but we are dealing with a different kind of parties, and they are becoming all over, mainly electoral parties. They like elections, they use elections, they use all the typical liberal democratic techniques and strategies, modern strategies to conquer, to win elections. In the US, this is particularly clear because, as you know, and every single political scientist will tell you, it's very interesting because the US democracy is probably the democracy in the Western world where we know almost everything about the attitudes of US society in terms of voting and electoral and political values. It's scrutinized all over. It's probably the democracy that that put more money in posters. We know everything. I'm sorry, I was in Europe looking at the US elections. And I got the feeling that I knew almost everything. The vote of, Florida, blah, 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 Cuban Americans, African Americans, everything was, there is thousands of pages about electoral attitudes of the US citizenship on elections. Less so in many other European democracies whose parties don't have enough money to do that kind of to scrutinize their relation with society and the electorate. So we are dealing, first of all, with electoral parties, and that makes a difference, as I hope I will not have to develop. The second element I would like to stress that I think is very interesting when we compare the interwar period with this is that they do not have a gravity center or a diffusion center. What is the diffusion center of the current European Western radical right, or even not European Western radical right, in Latin America, of Bolsonaro, of Trump, of Madame Le Pen, of Vox, of Chega in Portugal, of the usual German counterpart, or of Fratelli d'Italia or the Lega in the past. Is there a gravity center? Is there, compare with, for instance, with the interwar period where Italian fashion becomes an intellectual, political, and institutional gravity center for the entire world. If there is something good about comparative research, is that Japanese go to Italy. They don't come to Portugal, they don't come to Brazil. No, they go to Italy. Japanese, let us say, the conservative and radical right-wing Japanese think tanks, they go to Italy to look at corporatism, to look at the single party, Partito Nazionale Fascista, etc. Some of them go to Germany as well, but mainly in terms of social policy. Contrary to what we think, Nazi Germany is not a diffusion center in the Euro fashion in the 1970s, but that's another topic and topic for another conference. When you look at the current global, let us say, wave, because it's a wave and it's global, we can think that Bolsonaro has nothing to do with Trump, or Madame Le Pen has a totally different kind of political origins. We know the father died a couple of days ago, as you probably know. So we do not have a gravity center. We might have in the future. There were some attempts, for instance, for one of the ideologues of the first Trump to organize a sort of a think tank in Europe, in Italy, as a matter of fact. But he is now out of the portrait and very suspicious, as you know, of Elon Musk. Anyhow, you know the name. He was in prison for a couple of months, and then he returned also a couple of months ago. Anyhow, so it is a global way, but what are the main topics of this global populist wave? We have basically one, undoubtedly. It looks like, and we might compare it into a period, but it's different. It's globalization and protectionist, nationalist reactions to globalization. But I think, and that's a point I would like to make, that radical right conservative values are the, let us say, the common denominator of all these movements. Why? Because when you look, for instance, at social policy, they're quite different from the strange milieu in Argentina, ultra-liberal, not liberal in the US sense, wants to impose the state and the central bank. And, for instance, Italy or Spain or Portugal or in other countries where they associate this with the social policy and even state intervention in the economy, in terms of social policy, they're very different. But the common denominator seems clearly the association of a certain type of authoritarian liberalism with conservative values. Finally, we must deal with the problem that was just to a certain extent present in the interwar period, even by. We are facing electoral revolts against liberal democracy, against liberal institutions, against parliaments, against and this electoral revolt. That's why I think the concept of thin ideology is very important, I think, to characterize the current wave. It's because, and that's a point I would like to stress very briefly, it's because, and the concept of populism is very important, as a matter of fact, I think. And maybe, if we forget the Russian populists, okay, in the early 19th century, I think we should look again to the literature, even to the Marxist literature of Latin Americanists, of Latin Americans dealing with Perón and Vargas. Because the current wave, at least, has a characteristic that every single sociologist and every single political scientist doing field research on that topic stress. The left, even the radical left, at least in the Western world and in Europe, lost the connection with, let's not call it working class, with the popular social groups of society. They lost the connection. They lost the connection in political terms. They lost the connection in terms of a network of associations. They lost the connections in terms of a strong union movement, etc. They lost that connection. And we must admit, when you look at, I know the cases, it's the obvious case of France. There are hundreds of studies of many of these parties, of course, are becoming catch-all parties. Of course, when Rassemblement National in France is more than 35% of the votes, of course it's not the working class or the popular class. It's a very important segment of French society in rural areas, in urban areas, etc., who vote for Rassemblement National. But we shouldn't, we should probably go back to some of this Marxists, because why? Why does Latin American Marxists was so worried about Vargas and about Perón? Because they stole us the working class. Come on, we went to the revolution. We were socialists and communists, and these two guys, mobilized the working class against us, and they, in a way, institutionalized new kinds of political regimes, giving, in certain cases, even more social rights to, in the good old 1940s and 50s, the working class. It's difficult to define the working class, as you know, in social stratification in contemporary society. So, regardless of the different politics of the past, we know some of them talk about the Brazilian military dictatorship Bolsonaro. Was for 30 years in the minor conservative party in Brazil. Okay, he is a revisionist, supporting the good old memory of the military dictatorship, or more strictly neo-fascist legacies in the case of Italy, or does it explain the Swedish radical right was based on a small neo-Nazi party? Does that explain the 28% in the participation in a coalition government of the Swedish radical right-wing party? I have serious doubts about it. So to conclude, we should look to conclude. So the power, the only experience we have is Orban. I cannot develop this. To conclude, I think we should look again to what is very different of the previous fascist experience, and what was the common patrimony of interwar fascism and the interwar radical right, because it's this type of association in ideological terms that became very much present again in the Western societies. Sorry.
See if I can figure this out. Here's the hardest part. All right, now.
Do you want the 5 minutes?
Oh, yeah.
Probably. Although, can I grab the mic actually? Or I can be very.
Okay. Our second 20-minute comment comes from Diana Garvin, who's assistant professor of Italian with a focus on Mediterranean studies at the University of Oregon. She received her PhD from Cornell University. Her book, Feeding Fascism, The Politics of Women's Food Work from 2021, explores how women fed their families through agricultural and industrial labor with a new body of evidence drawn from food and foodways. Garvin also writes articles on daily life under the dictatorship for journals like Critical Inquiry, the Journal of Modern European History, the Journal of Modern Italian History, Modern History Italy, and Signs. Okay.
I think so. How's the volume? Great. Okay, so first, many thanks to our conference organizers and hosts, and most especially Sky. This must have been an incredible amount of work behind the scenes, and we all really appreciate it. I'd also like to extend an additional thank you to Federico Finkelstein, who not only took the time to answer some of my questions before this talk, but was willing to do so while driving his daughter to tennis practice through 5 p.m. New York City rush hour traffic. So, in 1964, when many scholars were examining fascism in terms of diplomatic and political history, George Massey advocated for studying fascism. Little attention was given to the lived experience of dictatorship. And it was George Massey who advocated for studying fascism through its popular culture. To me, that means primary sources that are anchored in the 5 senses, the stuff of everyday life. So posters, songs, recipes. And that's part of what I'm going to try to do today, take the popular seriously. And I'll be using Federico Finkelstein's excellent new book, The Wannabe Fascists, as my field guide to identifying some of the creatures in this darkened wood. So to set the stage, fascism takes root when politicians conjure a Camelot. Mussolini invoked ancient Rome, Erdogan the Ottoman Empire, Orban rewrote the constitution with the goal of making Hungary great again, a line that appealed to someone. Many have written on the rise of Trumpism, and some argue that Trump constitutes a special historical pathway. But as Finkelstein notes, his book isn't about that. Instead, he studies a new historical phenomenon. His book aims to explain how Trump and others like him are behaving like fascists in the making. So as we reassess fascism in light of contemporary movements, it's worth looking at the wannabe fascists and the other popular far-right figures who share this same political ecosystem. Wannabe fascists, as Finkelstein explains, care about their popularity. And they can be easy to mock. True fascists, as Mussolini said, display will, passion, and faith. Wannabe fascists don't make personal sacrifices for a greater cause. When they challenge democracy, they tend to do so for short-term personal gain. Mussolini would have disparaged them as wandering men. To examine this new political breed, Finkelstein brings us through the 4 pillars of fascism shown here. And in his 4-pillared structure, Finkelstein unites elements from previous studies of fascist ideology that animated our Thursday sessions. And in doing so, he addresses some of the more persistent puzzles that led all of us to seek out a restorative macchiato at the end of the day. Traits like militarization and xenophobia recall the bullet point approach to fascism. So these are outlined by Umberto Eco, but also, of course, many others. And as many pointed out, listing the characteristics of fascism is relatively simple. Applying it is much harder. Does a political movement have to display every characteristic on the list to be considered fascist, or just some of them? If the answer is some, then which ones? And some characteristics may contradict others. Simply put, the listing approach is tough to organize into a coherent system. And that's why Finkelstein does not create a list. Instead, he argues for more of a sequential model, with the key final stage being the establishment of dictatorship. And Paxton took a parallel approach in his theory of the 5 stages of fascism. So here, Finkelstein and Paxton share an idea. We can't reduce fascism to ideology. It's not a body of doctrine, it's more of a political phenomenon. Where Paxton emphasized that only Nazi Germany and fascist Italy progressed through all 5 stages, Finkelstein observes that not all dictatorships are fascist, but there is no fascism without dictatorship. And he points us towards this 4th pillar, the establishment of dictatorship as the critical marker, the difference between a wannabe and a fascist. For Finkelstein, dictatorship is what Ernst Nolte called the fascist minimum, the key condition that a movement must meet to be considered fascist. And Roger Griffin took a similar approach, but identified a different defining trait. For Griffin, who we have now summoned so many times he's going to appear in the room, fascism coagulated around its mythic core, a palingenetic form of populist ultranationalism, as he put it. So palingenetic being that narrative of national rebirth. For Trump, it's MAGA, presumably because palingenetic doesn't fit on a baseball cap. So what I want to point out here is not so much where Finkelstein, Eco, Paxton, Griffin, and so many others differ, but rather where there are some productive overlaps. Finkelstein, like Eco, identifies some of fascism's calling cards. It isn't a what so much as a how. Like Griffin, he points to the importance of one particular quality to define a movement as fascist. And like Paxton, Finkelstein appreciates that fascist movements emerge from predictable contexts and then tend to develop in some standard ways. And it's this last point that I want to focus on because I think it offers the key to unlocking the ecosystem of lived experience that surrounds the current rise of the right. To that end, I want to focus on 3 cultural arenas that animate the far right: futurist technology, traditional gender roles, and human movement. So migration and immigration. Let's start with technology and its philosophers. F.T. Marinetti and the futurists were enthralled by machines and metal and the promise of science. They loved race cars, motorcycles, airplanes, and the feather light aluminum trains of tomorrow. And the body, too, was this vehicle to be streamlined and superpowered. The key was choosing the right fuel. So less fat and carbohydrates from pasta, more muscle from powders and pills. Virility meant a powerful and seductive male body to match these wondrous new machines. They celebrated the scorn of women, romance, museums, and antiquated transportation like gondolas. Many admired fascism for its philosophical and aesthetic overlaps: dynamism, violence, and calls to war. Now, I'm very sorry to have to show you this next set of slides. I assure you that there is a point. But for those sensitive to non-archival sources, please consider this your trigger warning. So they talked a lot like Peter Thiel, James Damore, and Elon Musk. Like the futurists, this cohort, and some journalists have termed them the tech bros, share a love of machines and machismo. So think cybercars, animal protein diets, and Elon Musk challenging Mark Zuckerberg to a cage match. Fundamentally, they also share a disdain for regulatory limits. So philosophical overlaps aside, there are obviously some important distinctions between these two groups. The futurists of the 20th century were artist provocateurs who sought to influence culture. Most didn't patent inventions or manufacture machines. In contrast to the futurists, the tech bros are more engineers than artists. They own the technologies that they're so in love with, and their political conservatism and their public displays of machismo are actually relatively recent. If their first photo in Wired had appeared on early Facebook, by now it would be untagged. These are photos of mathletes, not the football team. Plus, the vast majority of tech bros started out as politically liberal. Many donated to Democratic candidates. But they switched their politics and their aesthetics because the far right offered them a deregulated environment, one that would let them move fast and break things. Another group that has also thrived in the ecosystem of the wannabe fascists is the tradwives. The much discussed tradwives, like Lauren Southern, Brittany Sellner, Lana Loktev, there are many, many others, are female influencers who present a softer and more palatable voice for right-wing ideology. And this is through their construction of trad life on Instagram. So this is glamorized homesteading, home birth, and homeschooling, interspliced with anti-feminist memes, and this is kind of the common content. Ballerina Farm, you can see images of this one here, run by Hannah Nealman, is probably the most popular. And her content really emblematizes the genre. So think cherry pies, immaculate chicken coops, and lots of pregnant bellies in between. That glamour is possible because Nealman, like nearly all of the trad wives with more than 100,000 followers, is very wealthy. Her husband is one of the heirs to the JetBlue fortune. So for the tech bros, as with the trad wives, wealth is the precondition that makes their conversion into these far-right social media figures possible. Some excellent work has already been done on the topic. If I were to recommend one book, it would be Evie and Leidig's The Women of the Far Right. But I think there is one point that's been overlooked, and that's the timing that made their cultural rise possible. Trad wives rose to prominence at the start of COVID-19. So this was really perfect timing because in 2020, we were all homeschooling and making sourdough. Plus, we were living online. So against this backdrop, small-time digital influencers, then like Nealman, amassed these huge communities of followers. And the more followers one had, the more income that could be generated through ad revenue, brand partnerships, or small businesses. So these are typically things like clothing, homemaking toolkits, or homeschooling resources. Now, it's worth noting that the analytics show that more than half, and in many cases, the majority of tradwife followers are men, not women. You can see this, I would argue, reflected in the lifespan of the tradwife business models. Within about an arc of 2 years, typically you see the Stitch Your Own Apron starter packs disappear and ads for nutritional supplements, or, for example, the Ballerina Farmer Protein begin to appear. So I would argue that, like the wannabe fascists and the tech bros, the trad wives make use of far-right ideology, commodifying it for revenue. So there are some corollaries to this group under Italian fascism. Domestic experts like Lidia Morelli and others use many of the new autarkic policies as an excuse to release scores of ever so slightly updated cookbooks and advice manuals. Now, there were also true believers. Delia Notari, who was the editor of La Cucina Italiana, comes to mind. Throughout the 30s, she used her publication in service of Mussolini and autarkic policy, and this was even through dips in subscription totals. So whatever their beliefs about fascism and the contemporary far right, the female domestic experts and tradwife influencers all clearly live in contradiction to socially conservative edicts. They're public figures and they're making money. I mentioned these two groups, the tech bros and the trad wives, and I think we could probably think of many other models, because they share several qualities with the wannabe fascists. The most obvious is their penchant for the far right in terms of both politics and aesthetics. And they might seem very silly, but these aesthetics matter because they embody politics and policy in very accessible and entertaining ways. And this last point is very important because, like Trump, they make a lot of people feel included. And it's partly because of this that all three of these groups have amassed such huge numbers of followers so quickly. Research from Penn State shows that over time, these social media accounts polarize how followers vote. The Pew Research Center has then documented the effects at scale. So, in brief, because I had to suffer through the numbers, here's what actually happens. A polarized electorate pushes political policy and media coverage in opposite directions. Political parties start to moderate their policy positions to court independent voters. So in the United States, that's roughly a third of the American electorate. At the same time, flagship news outlets start to radicalize their editorial sections in order to be heard above the din. Tech bros and trad wives are low-hanging fruit for traditional media. Love them or hate them, people read about them. So they start to show up more and more frequently in more and more traditional news outlets. My larger point is that whether or not the constellation of wannabes actually buy their own hype, large numbers of people listen to them. And over time, many become followers. And they vote. This brings us to boats and border walls. European fascists have always worried about human movement, but historically, those concerns focused on population loss. Large-scale immigration to Europe is relatively new. So for many, it's a whiplash. It feels like the whole world changed overnight. Far-right policies frame social change as a cultural conflict. Famous examples include Lega Nord's 2009 Yes to Polenta, No to Couscous poster. In 2018, when now La Lega's Matteo Salvini was elected to share the deputy prime ministership, he railed against globalist Nutella made with nuts from Turkey. And he called for boycotts until sourcing switched to Piedmont. So traditional foods are cast as beloved national culture under threat from immigration. And so too with the traditional family. So Italy has one of the lowest birth rates in the world, with 1.24 children per woman. And politicians on the political left and right have tried to push that number up. In 2016, Italy's Ministry of Health introduced Fertility Day, the much heckled campaign that centered on 12 ads trying to convince young Italians to have more babies. So one showed a woman holding an hourglass next to the slogan, "Beauty has no limit, fertility does." And this was under a Democrat, Matteo Renzi. The Italian far right approaches this issue differently, as a racialized battle. It weighs low Italian birth rates against high immigration rates. And this opposition can take different forms. So the threat of different darker races outbreeding whites, as in Camus' Great Replacement theory, or the specter of interracial children raised by ads casting immigrants as rapists. So in 2017, Forza Nuova reprinted Gino Boccasille's poster from the fascist period, but revised the text to read, "Defend her from the new invaders." I'll skip over this next poster in the interest of time, but would be happy to return to it. It bears noting that Giorgia Meloni actually takes a slightly different approach to these issues. She takes positions that are pro-traditional family, criminalizing surrogacy abroad, which targets LGBTQ families, and anti-migration, pushing for the processing of would-be migrants in Albania rather than Italy. But in her policies, she rarely combines pronatalism with anti-immigration. I mention this because Meloni has been the most successful European politician to emerge from the modern far right to date. So where she goes, others may follow. Immigration was the top concern for the majority of voters in the last US election. But American wannabe fascists don't address immigration pronatalism as one issue, as many far-right European parties do. When you do hear the conflation, those voices tend to come from the far fringes of white supremacism. David Lane, Robert Bowers. At the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, they chanted, "Jews will not replace us." And this is another reason why the ecosystem that surrounds the wannabe fascist matters. It's about who's listening. They can inspire extreme actors, including domestic terrorists. So in my work, I examine the material culture of Italian fascism with a focus on food. And I'm interested in how private companies and entrepreneurs have historically used far-right politics towards their own ends. These influential figures translate ideology, and in doing so, they change it. They simplify it, they materialize it, and they monetize it. They commodify fascism. And these figures matter, I would argue, because they're the ones who actually saturate daily life with a far-right worldview. Their cultural effect is huge. It can even eclipse the state. Thank you.
Okay, plenty of time. We'll follow the model we've been following. I'll grab a few questions and then give everyone a chance. Eric first, and then start with those two. Thank you. Thanks especially to Diana for framing theoretically what the concept is, wannabe fascism, and then giving some empirical iteration of stages and, I guess, variations along the scale, which leads to my question, and I guess I'll direct it at Federico, but it's for, I think, everyone in the room as we get to the end here. What is the theoretical benefit of the construct of wannabe fascism? If we took socialism and used the wonderful, nuanced way that Diana laid it out, you could take Bernie Sanders and say, well, he's a wannabe socialist because he's not Kurt Schumacher or he's not Walter Ulbricht, because if you go along the scales of socialism all the way to communism, that's where you get actual communism or effective socialism. So as we get to the end of the conference, it's a great book title, and I get what you're getting at. But why are we so worried about fascism as an ideal type and then iterations up to it? Frodo, call it, I don't know what you want to call it. I don't know what we call Bernie Sanders relative to Ulbricht. And so why are we proliferating constructs when we're talking about the far right rather than using fascism as ideal type, when we're okay explaining what we mean by liberalism, socialism, and conservatism? It's a question for you, because you want to be, but really for the whole room. Thank you.
Thanks to the panel, very provoking interventions. My comment is more related to the points made by and yeah, I agree with the fact that calling the current far right fascist is problematic. But I think, in my view, it's because it is an anachronistic use, basically. And I found also very interesting this idea of that we need to look at what is different today. And in my homework, I have been doing that in a way, but that has led me to find new things in the past that resemble what we see today, but that historians have not paid so much attention before. And for example, you mentioned the relevance of elections today. So the far right is an electoral revolt, you could say. But actually, in the 1930s, the Nazi Party, in many years, their strategy is elections, and the electoral strategy of the Nazis was also imitated by many fascist parties. It's an example. I could also make similar comments to some of the other points. But yeah, that's those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Yes, I would like to make some minor comments, not real questions. But there was a contradiction in the panel, because on one side we are talking about fascism, and on the other side we are talking about something really new. And in terms of Hegelian philosophy, we don't have maybe a new vocabulary to describe what is happening. Because in 1922 we knew we were the locus of the power. In Rome was Mussolini, and in 2001, when I was a young far left professor, I was in Genova fighting against the seven. It was clear who were the big seven of the world and fighting against the World Trade Organization. Now I don't know where is the locus of the power. But this wave of far right, I don't know if I would call that far right, I have the feeling that this is a family. Meloni, Trump, the Republican conservatives, they have a feeling of unity, but I don't know where is the locus of their power. I know that they don't have the power both as it was in 1922 or even in 2001. And the last question is, I was frightened because when it came up Milei, everybody thought that it was mad, a crazy man. He talked with this person that was died. And recently, I read about this big success of Milei, but not the big success amongst the far right thinker, but in newspaper like La Voce.info, that is an Italian site that gather economists from the center left, the center, or even the center liberal right. So I think, but from where is coming up this new wave? This is completely different because our vocabulary is the dollarization, the globalization, the war against China. So I wonder, because I don't understand which is the right vocabulary, but I think that if we think about fascism, we don't keep the right result, because fascism was everything within the state and nothing outside of the state.
Yeah, she might have a good answer. Let's see. Yeah, that's great.
Yes,
yeah.
Nowadays, the state doesn't exist. Exists Elon Musk, exists this big Renaissance billionaire that.
Yeah, I enjoyed the pictures that she showed of the lot. So there is a question to all three of you now, so I'll give you all a chance to respond. Following that, we'll have Manu, Marianne, and then Jen, and then another round of answers, and then we've got Ofa, Molly, Amy, and Darcy, and then I think we'll have lunch. So you want to go first?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm in a kind of situation of privilege vis-a-vis other colleagues that presented, because I can always give a short answer, and this is my answer basically. So I can say I already said that or already answered in the book, and if you are not pissed off by my answer, then maybe you read it and you will see that maybe I answered it or not, or I try. So I don't do theory. So that's my answer. Read the book, you will see what I'm doing. If you don't, it doesn't matter. My intention, I mean, but I can already advance. I mean, that my intention is really, I mean, I'm not interested in, you know, in these definitional discussions, but rather I'm an historian trying to understand what are the connections and disconnections between different histories. And, you know, what's going on in the present, in a way, trigger questions about the past. So one might read the book, I mean, and maybe people that are outside of the history field read the book, and I will be very happy if that is the case, to understand the present. But in my case, when I was writing it, it's like, you know, this is a book about fascism. And so what is going on? And my favorite chapter is the last, where I wrote a history, I mean, it's a history of fascist theories and practices of dictatorship, which as far as I know, nobody wrote. So basically, that's my favorite chapter, because Trumpism and his coup d'etat triggered in me an attempt to go back to the fascist past and understand what is understanding that fascists themselves have of dictatorship, how it goes back to Rome, how it connects to the Russian Revolution, and so on. So that chapter is, to a big extent, about that. So it's a history book. So the definition part, I mean, is not really what I do. Going back to, I mean, and this is Angel, I mean, when you were saying that, that's what going back to fascism.
It's not in response to you right there. There is a difference between a theory and a definition.
Sure.
I agree that talking about definitions per se, like the anti-Semitism definition, that's annoying, but theories do matter because you can test them.
Can I answer?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's all.
Let me. And I actually already did. I mean, so my point is that when my attempt is to think different histories, and if you call what I do a theory of fascism, I will be, you know, thrilled, but that's not how I conceive my work. I mean, a theory of fascism. And the point is that, I mean, what Angel was saying is going back to ask different questions to the past. This is what we do. And I'm pretty sure, I mean, in the sense that I remember when my professors in Argentina, in the 80s and 90s, we were building, like, beautiful times, you know, a new problematic democracy, and there were coup d'etats by the military while I was a student against this democracy. And the questions that people were asking at the time is how you build democracies. And now we are actually concerned about how democracies are destroyed. So this is a question that triggered, you know, perhaps new questions that I ask of the fascists vis-a-vis, let's say, my dissertation, when I was not exactly asking that. So anyway, the last thing, Milei. The last thing I want to say about Milei, I mean, as with fascism and as with populism, now there is a lot of people talking about Milei, and these people do not know a single thing about Argentine history. So let's start with national histories first. So there is a history of fascism on the right that Milei is part of. And now, of course, it's a reformulation, it's very different to other things, but also he relates, and very explicitly so, breaks with a tradition in our young democracy, which is that we all, right, left, center, reject the dictatorship. He doesn't. He actually glorifies the dictatorship that was in the campaign. And this is like Trump, like he will say things that previously would have been toxic in an election. Milei praised the dictatorship. He glorified that past. And that was unbelievable, and yet people voted for that. Now, did they vote for Milei because of that? No. They voted for Milei to a big extent because of issues of inequality in our democracy. That they didn't deliver, he promised to deliver, we'll see. I don't think he will, because he's actually, you know, austerity measures never provide more equality, as far as I know in history, but he did that kind of promise. And it's not the dictatorship, but that actually when you talk with people, and I talk a lot of people, I even know a lot of people that voted for Milei, and that's what they say.
Yeah, Diana, please. You take the mic, and then Antonio.
Sure. Okay. I will speak to the very frustrating issue of where is the locus of power at this point. And I think it is clearly much more diffuse. So it is much harder to identify not only who is truly in power, but also who is very influential. I think this is part of the deprofessionalization of politics that we've recently seen, where you're just as, I would assume you're just as likely to run into Elon Musk or one of the tech crowd in a very political hiring room as you would somebody who is a career politician. perhaps even more likely. So it makes it very difficult to predict. So the question of who has become very difficult. I find the question of where to sometimes be a little bit easier to approach. Who do we see the most, not only in traditional media, but also in some other categories like Instagram? It moves very fast because it's basically a game of King of the Mountain, who has the most followers at any given point in time. So to look at that, I think how different politicians, we looked at Tech Bros and Tradwives and their feeds, but obviously far-right figures have made very effective use of some of these popular forms of media. Coming to mind are Bolsonaro, Salvini, Le Pen, and Meloni. Bolsonaro and Salvini used it in one very particular way, Le Pen and Meloni in another. I won't go into depth here, but there is a wonderful chapter called Posing with the People, which is on far-right uses of Instagram by leaders and by more minor figures, and it helped me a lot in terms of differentiating who maintains power, at least in that sphere, and how.
Thanks very much. Let me start quoting. Okay, it's sort of advertising a new series that will be published by Cambridge University Press. The first book is going to be published in a month. Let me quote It's on Populism and Fascism by Carlos de la Torre, a Latin Americanist from Florida. Anyhow, and to give you an idea, and to illustrate a bit the relation between fascism and populism, he quotes Naval Berezin, that a well-known sociologist who wrote a lot on fascism. And the current tendency is the following. Fascism, is quoting Naval Berezin, fascism is best conceived as a historical event, where populism is an analytically populism is not confined to a historical period in fascism. As you can see, after 4 days of discussion, they're putting in a way, it's the other way around. We should look at populism and certain elements of fascism when we look at for the contemporary radical right-wing populist scene. Let me just stress 2 points very quickly, answer to angle. First, electoral politics. Yes, of course. We have already, not much, but comment. In the era of fascism in Europe, there was a short, central window of opportunity for fascist parties around the power. Now, first in Italy, then in Germany, associated with electoral politics, because let's be clear, on the majority of the other European countries, we have military coups, right? We have basically military coups from conservative, well-established elites, sometimes in cooperation with fascists. That was the case of Spain. Spain was a military coup where, as everybody knows, a small fascist party is going to play a central role during the Civil War. But, Falange was something like 1.3% in the last democratic elections in Spain. But we have nowadays a reasonable amount of elections, and it takes time. For instance, what kind of what kind of overview do we must have? For instance, in the first round, let us say, of Trump in power in the U.S. Bolsonaro was in power for 4 years in Brazil, and now we have a center-left wing party. Italy, we have Meloni. When we look at new forms of political power by radical right-wing populists, or whatever we can call them, fascists, etc., we have very few experience so far. The only one we have in Europe is Orban. Through Orban, we can look at the kind of authoritarian regime and dictatorship, populists, or at least in minor countries, because it's not a world power, as you can imagine, Hungary. And it's what we could call electoral authoritarianism, with a dominant party, with the manipulation of elections, with conservative values. in a way, and I'm not going to develop this, in a way, how can we characterize Putin's Russia?
Thank you. So the next round is Manuela,
First of all, thank you for the discussion. The second thing that I want to say, don't have this attitude of looking at us and saying we are wasting your time because we know about fascism, something that you did to arrest us. Because it's not true. We are having a serious discussion on the matter. Sorry if I say that, but it's very unpleasant to stay here and to listen like, you are wasting your time talking here with us. We are discussing this. So it's what I felt on Sunday. Let me say it, okay? So, I want to ask, you pose a question, Antonio, about the left. And here I agree with Federico on the fact that the left did not deliver. It did not deliver about social issues. It didn't deliver for political issues. It didn't deliver the things that they promised to deliver. And that is the most troubling things is the left is totally identified with the cultural and political elites, with the privilege. In Rome, there is this word of saying the people of the ZTL. ZTL is the people that they live in the best quarters of Rome. Parioli, just name them. That they vote the right people. So, if we want to open up why the right has renewed, because Casa Pound is true that is not Giorgia Meloni, but I want to stress the fact that when Giorgia Meloni went to the election, he said three things that are rather important because there are three things that if you look at the chart of Verona, although in 1943, in which there the Repubblica Sociale addressed what they received or what they thought has to be a real fascism, that was a social right, she says, I'm a woman, I'm a mother, and I'm a Christian. The things that is the rest is did not even appear as a word. That was their status as a matter of fact. Casa Pound, that it was created, replaced, on this I totally agree with you, he replaced the working class strata, and they became all, supporter of the right, of the Fratelli d'Italia, and on the extreme right. Now, that is true that we have a spectrum of definition. Now, if the dictatorship is the divide, I agree with you. And then we can start and say that in order to identify this phenomenon that is so elusive right now, because we saw many implications, and yet it has to be a way in which people from the left, and I believe that all of us do identify to a kind of political spectrum in the difference with the same place. Well, where is the failure of the fact that compared to communism, Putin is qualified as a fascist, no? Because he does not address anything that is related to the Marxist origin. But it cannot be a kind of, how do you say, any behavior that is not the right behavior become a fascist behavior. There are some responsibilities on this. Sorry.
No, okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I finished.
Okay, thank you. It was a really very interesting session. I wanted to say that I agree with Antonio. I really think we have to invent something to characterize the times we are living now. And I don't know if it's maybe a new concept. And to analyze and to fight too against the challenge of democracy.
The threat.
But I think I don't agree with you, Antonio, about the question of the center of gravity. First, at a level, historical level, I think Germany in the fascist period
was after 35, 36, it's a new center of gravity, even for Italy. Italian fascists go to Germany to see, to discuss. But now I think we don't have model like Italy, fascist Italy was a model, or Germany after was a kind of model, but we have these centers of gravity. Trump, Musk, Bannon for the United States are very active in all the world, and Putin in Russia. We know that Putin helped the radical right in all the world. And I think three things we maybe we should discuss more if we had time. First, the social dimension was not present, but this is a real challenge because, as Antonio said, we have to understand why workers are voting and poor people are voting for those men. The fear is a real, very important motor of the history. And here the fears of migrants, of LGBT are a potent movement. And one thing maybe we have to think more is the importance of the networks, of social networks. I think social networks is a real parameter, very new and maybe it should be necessary to reflect on that. Just a last question, why do you think now academics prefers radical of extreme? Did you analyze that?
So interesting. This is more for Diana. I wear this other hat. I do history of sexuality, and I have this big social media project that looks at similar ways in which fascist imagery kind of gets taken up and normalized in online communities. And I guess there's an interesting tension, right? On the one hand, we have examples of sort of the Nouvelle Droite, Kubitschek, all of these far-right folks creating avenues for accessing the public mind. So alternative journals, alternative newspapers, alternative media strategies, a kind of Gramscianism of the right to try to get at everyday life. And then you made this great argument about tech bros who are radicalized in the online environment, chiefly out of a desire for deregulation. And so my question, I guess, for you would be, do you have a sense from the work that you were doing of the intentionalism behind the effort to mobilize people through social media? So are the trad wives getting together and hashing out media strategies? Or is this something that is a little bit more diffuse, and if it's diffuse, that's the challenge for us?
Okay, again, questions to everyone. I'll ask you to answer in 90 seconds or less, and then we'll have a final round.
I think we can.
What?
5 minutes more.
What do we have?
Should I start? Well, let me just pick up one or two things. First, I'm not going to develop the topic of the diffusion of, in terms of National Socialism versus Italian fascism. I was basically mentioning one point in 3 seconds. Of course, Nazi Germany is central, but the majority of the dictatorship of the fascist era, it's a strict quantitative. They mainly use institutions from Italian fascism and not from National Socialism, because the polyocratic nature of, a functioning of national, it's not that certain dimensions like racism, anti-Semitism, ethnic cleansing, blah, 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 blah. But in terms of political institutions, the polyocratic nature of National Socialism is not exportable. No. What they export, okay, it's la Camera dei Fasci di Corporazione, blah, 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 blah. Okay. But we could discuss this, that's not, anyhow, just to give you an example, it's quantitative. Labor legislation. And that's the study we have. 80% of the labor codes. The fascist era dictatorships are inspired by the Carta del Lavoro, not by the German social policy. But okay, that's another story. I don't have an answer as a citizen, at the scale of Portugal, a left-wing public intellectual there. I don't have an answer. But sociologists do have, I think, of why the cleavage, the new political cleavage in Western Europe and many other countries is the radical right, with basically winning in electoral terms important segments of the popular classes, and are changing everything, in why the center left is just an empirical thing. It's not disappearing, but
That's great. Yeah, we're gonna end right there with Diana.
So, thank you for the question. So I would say that it's not intentional so much as having the far right in power at the top creates a powerful set of incentives. Few people are motivated by pure politics. We really see more of Federico's wannabes. So these are people who are motivated for short-term gain, and that's where I would put the tradwives. You can see their politics switch over time too. Now what's scary is that their power is real. They're the ones who are creating, and here I'm thinking of so many things that people in the audience have said. Alyssa's comment about people don't expect a coherent paradigm, they expect to feel something. This is also the tone of some of these discussions. We might read this alongside some of Dagmar's work in terms of these can be some very mean online communities, and being mean can be a transgressive pleasure that you see in a lot of these groups. And finally, Molly has talked about the invitations and seduction of why people began historically to think in the terms proposed by fascism. I would say that these groups present some of those seductions.
Yes, just to mention a couple of things. This issue of the electronic landscape and the social networks is so central, and even in a curious way, it goes back to as you know, one of the greatest historians of fascism who was writing about fascism at the time. I mean, if I'm not incorrect, when he was 60, which is Salvemini. He was like, I even found in the archives that Mussolini was obsessed with whatever this historian was saying and so on. And of course, not to that extent, but there is a weird thing in the word. Many times we say stuff as historians, and they have a kind of pleasure and by they, I mean like this new leadership, in attacking historians as a way to demonstrate that it's no longer about history, but about a narrative that obviously is mythical. And here in Italy, my good friend Simon Levi-Sulam was attacked by Giorgia Meloni. And in my case, I have been, the Bolsonaro sons engaged in homophobic slurs against me and my family and so on. And in Chile, the same, like the Chilean Trump also attacked me. But the point is like, why? Why they are obsessed with history? And this is a concern. And I think, one thing that I would like to say is that whenever we are asked about this, we should not refrain from, there are many links now that were not there before between the academy and the public. And it is our responsibility to engage this as unpleasurable as it might be, because it's of course not great to be insulted by these people. And then one more thing that I would like to say, and I'm looking forward here, is Ben, you are writing a book on global fascism, and this is something that that I think it should be part of the agenda here, because something what I try to do in this book as well as in previous books is to show my colleagues doing European and American history is that we can learn from each other, and sadly in Latin America we had these histories and actually before. So this is my point about populism, that the centrality of Latin America is that we are not as different as other people think, and sadly in many ways we correlate to other things that are going on. And the same, and this is not my work but the work of many dear colleagues, India, which barely had been mentioned here, like is a big case for these connections between fascism and populism. Because when I went to India before COVID, and I was at that time making more of the distinction between fascism and populism, I remember I was half asleep, half awake, and my colleagues were very, how can I say, unhappy with my hypothesis because 3 days before they had a pogrom. I arrived to New Delhi, there was a pogrom, and they said, when you talk about a populism that engages in pogroms, I mean, why you call that populism and you don't call it fascism? And to me, that was a huge challenge, coming from the reality of the present, to rethink these histories, and in a way that how connected they are.
Okay, so we will go to lunch in 9 minutes. And we're going to leave Donatello 2 minutes, assuming that if I open that Zoom link, it works, and he would like to just say something very briefly. You sure? Okay. That leaves Ofer, Molly, Amy, and let us remember the wisdom that we had yesterday about having more of a question than a comment from Austin. Isn't that what you said yesterday? Have more of a question than a comment?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It's your wisdom. So, Ofer, please.
Yes, very briefly to Antonio, when you talked about the popular trends against liberal democracy, I want to state the obvious, but I think it's very important when we talk about fascist movements that became that got power. With everything they do, they are a minority or a slight majority movement. So it's not like we see mass movements of 80% of the voters, right? We see 30% of the voters with coalitions or 50-point-something% of the voters. What Orban did was staying in power and making sure that it will be irreversible. I think this is what we have to ask. Maybe this is what we should be concerned about or afraid of, and not how they get it.
Thank you. Molly.
Yeah, following up on that, I wanted to come back to Orban because I think it's not just a traditional kind of authoritarianism. I'm intrigued by Kim Shefali's concept of the constitutional coup, by which, having come to power democratically and electorally, change the electoral law, purge the press, purge the education system, has established quite a corrupt system of crony capitalism. And this, it's neither populism nor fascism, but maybe where we're going. And he may be as close to a model, at least for some things. You think about how the Conservative Political Action PAC in the States, makes its pilgrimage to Budapest to discuss political strategy. There may be not one model that is diffused, but for different things, different ones. Orban for politically, the World Congress of Families for a lot of the gender issues. It's a very complicated, multi-directional flow of possible models and information.
And pilgrimage is a perfect transition to Amy.
Question for Diana. I wondered if you could think through the politics of women's work that you had with. I'm thinking of the fact that ballerina farms and dentists sort of only work in the home and have the calls to have children, that actually employs, the brand employs like 30, 40 people and that stuff. So could you think through the kind of politics?
All right, so obviously you can give like a 2-sentence teaser about how you would answer this at lunch.
I can answer it at lunch.
Okay, thank you. Diana, do you want to say anything?
Sure. I would say that one of the preconditions for being a successful social media influencer seems to be wealth. Because this is so heavily image-based, in order to create that sort of aspirational look, it takes a whole lot of money and a whole lot of staff.
And Antonio, you had the hard questions, I think.
I totally agree. Orban is probably the model of the new takeover of power by radical capitalism. He wins elections, change the electoral system, he creates a dominant party, and he starts, from political power. That's what Bolsonaro did. Tried, but he was not able to. Sorry? He was not like all. But no.
We're off to a very bad start. Maybe a wooden. Donatello, we
Once
can't
you
say
had
it.
Poland. Poland was almost there. Then Poland. Poland was almost.
We will try to talk to Donatello after the lunch break. Enjoy lunch. Thank you.